Hi guys, just doing the last couple of little minute checks like I always do. Yeah, fingers crossed everything's fine and well, you'll be able to hear me. We'll just check that that's all okay and then yeah, we'll get cracking on this bad boy. Well, it sounds like I can hear myself. That's a good thing. Yeah, so it looks like everything's okay. Well, I'm just going to close a few things down and then I can, well, reveal myself. Right, so we'll do that. We'll do that because I don't want to be able to hear myself. That just makes me feel really weird. Just going to get some music in my ear, just because, well, it's always nicer to paint with something going on. Well, other than me talking to myself in a room. So 2 seconds, guys. Just going to get some music up in my ear, and then we'll get going. Sound is good. Cheers, Anpu. That's very good. So it's always good to be able to see what I'm doing, but obviously it's just as good to be able to hear what I'm talking about, even though, well, I do waffle on a little bit. Right. Okay, everything looks good. So, yeah. Hi guys. Hope you're all well. Obviously, I'm in the UK, so it's Friday evening here. And yeah, this actually turned up when I did a live stream a few days ago. This is old Mozrog. It's Skragbad. There's no reason why I love orcs. Their names are just, well, they're just so made up. Yeah, I did a little bit of conversion with this dude. Oh, he's kind of hiding behind me. Yeah, obviously, I had a good old look online to see sort of the painting of this, or maybe obviously the Squig or whatever it's called, just see how that was painted. And there's 2 that I really like the look of. One of them, it kind of looked like a tiger, which was pretty cool because obviously it's like oranges and blacks, and my favourite colour is orange. So that's why I kind of like the look of that one. And then the other one I saw was there's quite a few that were done like sharks. I mean, even, well, yeah, the picture on the box looks a little bit like a shark, I guess. But yeah, because it looked like a shark, that got me to then thinking it'd look good if the pirate was on there. So obviously a little bit of conversion on old Mr. Boy sitting on the top. Kind of like a little sort of parrot kind of thing on his shoulder. And I 3D printed a steering wheel for the back. Yeah, just goes, say, the old sort of pirate theme. And then yeah, the base, simple little base. 3D printed some planks. Half little barrel. Nicked these like tentacle things off something else. As a Nurgle, I can't remember what it was, but I nicked them off something else. And then yeah, just made a few little barnacles out of green stuff. So yeah, simple little conversion, but I really like how he looks. And obviously I've got him to the state now where it's just ready to, well, slap some speed paint on, which is pretty cool. Right, let's just see, because the music hasn't started in my ear. And I say, sitting in a room on my own, chatting to myself, sometimes feels a bit weird. So it is nice to have some music going on. What's going on here? Oh, I've got to click a few things. So let's just see who's in chat. So we've got Kyle Hall is in chat, Carl Black, Anpu, Marcel, Adam, Dark Droid. So yeah, good to have you guys all here. My plan is to sort of live stream until this is done. If you've ever seen any of my live streams, I've only recently started getting back into them. I do talk a lot, and sometimes I don't get much painted. So fingers crossed we'll try and paint more and talk less, because my plan was to sort of, well, get this finished. Again, if I was here without doing live streaming, I reckon 2 hours I'll probably have this guy done. And that'd be all the speed paints and then the highlights and, well, everything else really. But on the live stream could take a bit longer, because my plan with him, I don't know if you've seen in some of the recent videos, I've got the old Dirty Down stuff, but they kindly sent me 4 different bottles of different stuff. So I've got 2 that are like the rust effects, which they're just awesome. I love how these come out. It's so simple. You just basically slap it on, it works a wonder. But obviously I've got 2 here that I've not tried. So I've got one which is obviously a moss look, which I think could look quite cool on bits of the plank, because I'm thinking about adding some sort of like fake grass or bits and pieces to the base on this. So yeah, the moss should look good for that one. And I also got the old verdigris or verdigris. I don't know, I got this one. So all the metal bits on him I am going to do in a copper, just because I want to give this a go and just see how this looks. Just because, again, I like trying out new things, and it's good to see, well, exactly what they do and if they are as good as they say they are on the tin, sort of thing. So I'm going to be using them as well. But obviously the main paints I'm going to be using on this are going to be Army Paint, the speed paints, I think. Just because I've got such a nice collection of paints from them. I've got the collection of obviously the 2.0 as well as the older ones. Right. So I still haven't got any music in my ear at the moment. I'm just trying to get some music. Oh man, it's asking me to sign in. I just want to listen to some music, man. What's all this all about? Right, I will be with you in a second, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. I say, I don't know about you guys, but when you guys are painting, I'm sure you listen to something or watch something. I say, I'm always listening to music or watching the Netflix series. So to have nothing on at the moment is kind of a bit difficult. So let's type something else in. Right, here we go. Fingers crossed this one will work. Carl, am I going to decide when I'm going to break out the airbrush yet? Yeah, soon. I've got a model ready for it. I've got a nice big sort of. Oh, you can't really. Yeah, obviously he's painted white, so you can't really see him too well. He's kind of like blown out. But I've got a nice big sort of. I think it's a troll of some sort. Just because I wanted a relatively larger figure. Yeah, just to try out the airbrush. I will be getting it out. It's only because I keep getting different miniatures, and obviously I love painting miniatures. So yes, with the airbrush, I want to paint a larger miniature, just because obviously, well, I've never used an airbrush before, and I'm not sure if I could do fine little detail. So yeah, fingers crossed next week. I mean, I keep sort of saying that. I've had the airbrush for about a month now. I was waiting on some paints, but I've been told you can use the speed paints in the airbrush. So yeah, I'm going to give that a go. See how that comes out. Right, so I'm just still trying to get some music in my ear. But all like the online radio stations want you to like sign in, this, that, and the other. And it's like, I don't want to sign in. I just want to listen to some music, man. There we go. Good old absolute 80s. Radio. Cool. Yeah, so let's crack on. So we're going to paint this. I've roughly worked out kind of the colours I want to use, but we'll sort of start painting him and then see how he goes. But say the main sort of squig thingy here is going to be like a shark. So the two colours I'm kind of thinking for him, Battleship Grey, just sort of like all over the body, and then I've got Runic Grey just for like the top part of him. Again, that's kind of what I'm thinking, but we'll play it by ear. It might change. And I'm also going to paint the orc in a green that I've never used before. Plasmatic Bolt. Just because of this green, it's kind of like green going towards blue. Just because I think, because I'm painting him like a pirate, and I just think it'd look quite cool if his green is more sort of a water kind of green, rather than a well, like a grass green. So yeah, it's always good to try different colours with orcs, just to sort of see which ones I like the best. So I'm going to start with the floor. Like always, I will be filming throughout. I've already filmed so far me assembling him, kit bash him, and then dry brushing him with my lovely dry brush palette. So that's all been filmed. So this will be turned into one of my normal videos, where obviously it'll be condensed down to like 8 to 14 minutes in length, as opposed to obviously the few hours that I'm going to spend now, well, getting some paint on him. But yeah, fingers crossed, we'll see how he goes. So I do need to remember every now and then I am filming, and just to make sure my camera's out in a good place and painting. Now I've got the timer on the thingy, so I'll take that off. Don't want the timer on. Cool. Yeah, so guys, when we do get going, as always, I do sometimes get engrossed in when I'm painting, and I don't always look at the group chat. So if you're asking me a particular question, if you put @miniature hobbyist in your comment, Doesn't matter if it's at the beginning, the middle or the end. As long as you put @miniature hobbyist, all one word, on my screen it highlights it in orange. Just then, even when I'm painting, at the corner of my eye I can see the screen has a big orange blob, and it lets me know that someone's asking me a question. But obviously, by all means, ask a question, because someone in the chat might be able to answer it for you. Right, so let's just move some things out of the way. So I will be filming as I go in. So all the speed paints off camera before I started, I gave them a good old shaking. Just because last time I shook one of the bottles on camera and it looked a little bit weird with me shaking this thing off camera. And obviously every now and then I might hit the camera by mistake, because I've got things right in my face. Right, so I'm going to hold that there. And the other thing is, whenever I'm filming, I tend to go quiet, because in my head I'm thinking about what I'm going to be saying when I come to do the voiceover. So let's just give it another little bit of a quick shake. Oh, that's what I need, my little pliers, because obviously I paint directly out of the bottle. Oh. Alright, any questions? Oh, here's a name. I'm not again. Apologies now. I'm very bad at pronouncing names, and I'm guessing this one could be Welsh. Simri Drag. Again, so apologies, because I have so messed that up. Been watching you for a while now. Love the videos. I love the banter during the videos. The speedpaint jobs are great, as they are achievable. Yeah, that's why I love it, because obviously if I can do it, honestly, anyone can do it, because it's just so simple yet so effective, and looks great. Right, here we go. Let's start doing some painting. So, just going to film. So the last bit of filming I did was me dry brushing. So now I just want to film showing the fact that it's all painted and it's ready to get some paint on. And then I'm going to say I'm starting with hardened leather, and the fact that I paint out of the bottom. So that is the only problem sometimes when I am making these videos. I have to have things obviously near my face to get the good view for obviously the video and the footage and everything. But it does make it a bit difficult when I come to painting, because it literally is kind of like in my face, and it's like I have to peer around it, under it, or sometimes over it. But hey ho, it's all fun and games. Rightio, so we're nearly ready to start painting. God, that's quite quick for me. Painting straight away. So it's a case of holding the miniature where I think I'm going to be good, and then just getting the camera ready. Just like that. Cool. Evening, Dean. Hope you're well. You just saw Midwinter Minis submit this model. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, this isn't a new model, is it? I think it's been out for a good year or so. I just love the look of him. Okay, so this model I got from B Computers. They kindly sent me this. There's a link down below, guys. I think it's more UK. I'm not sure if they deliver worldwide, but definitely in the UK. Huge range of Warhammer miniatures. B Computers. So link down below. They kindly sent me this for free, which was pretty awesome. So yeah, go check them guys out. Dark Droid, test tube mixers are amazing for shaking the paints. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, he was I have looked at some of the shakers. I've never really had any issues with the shaking of things. Although I must admit, with the Dirty Down stuff, I mean this stuff I've been shaking off camera like nuts. Plus I had to get a little stick. Yeah, I even used a stirring stick, because this stuff, it really does build up at the bottom into like a big thick clump. So I give it a shake. Couldn't hear the ball bearing in there, so yeah, give it a good old stirring. Release the old ball bearing, give it another good old shake. So yeah, these need a shed load of shaking. So it's probably good to have something that shook one of these. But the actual speed paints, I've never really had any issues with like shaking them and then them not looking good. Apart from some that well, some that aren't obviously as nice as others. That's just like generally the paints or the colour rather than anything else. But yeah, I'd thought about getting a shaker, but £33 from AliExpress. Yeah, cool. What's that? Watching other people paint counts as painting yourself. Almost, except it's my grey plastic that's going to get painted. Yours might still look like it's grey plastic. On your you got lizard men. Yeah, get them out. We'll get them out. We'll paint together. Right. Anyway, let's get this up where it's going to go. Again, I'm trying to get it so that obviously you guys can see what I'm painting, and obviously my camera can see what I'm painting, as well as me being able to see what I'm painting. But all looks good. There we go. That's that first little bit of colour on here videoed, which is cool. But yeah, so I do love all the colours, and I will be doing what I've started doing now. Is once this is all covered in speed paint, obviously let it dry, and then we'll be doing like adding highlights to certain bits, as well as I say the dirty down stuff, just to add well, a bit of a moss look. And the old, is it verdigris? I always say things wrong. Verdi something or other. Is it patine? The patine look on the copper. So that should look good. Just to say, I did like the idea of this being, well, good old pirate orcs. Obviously, I love orcs. They can be space orcs, normal orcs, or pirate orcs. So guys, I hope you're all well. I hope you've had a good week. Obviously weekend already. That's probably because in the UK we had a bit of a bank holiday because of the King's coronation, which is pretty cool. So some of the bits on this were 3D printed. So the obviously the wooden floorboards, they were 3D printed. So was the barrel, and so was the old steering wheel on his back. Oh, pardon me. So yeah, there's only a small bit of kit bashing to this, but that will be seen in the video. I've obviously filmed all those bits already. So as always, I kind of know that these kind of miniatures, it would be so much easier to paint if I obviously did it in separate bits and then glue it all together at the end. I kind of like putting it all together and then just sort of struggling with it or muddling through. Plus, as I always say, with this, the old slapchop thingy, any areas I can't reach with a brush, they've already been painted or primed in black. So they're going to be nice and dark anyway. So they just sort of like add to, well, the shadowy bits. The bits that obviously the sun can't quite get to, or the light source. Yeah, I must admit, I think all the browns I've ever used so far, the speed paints, have all been really good. Trying to think of what colours I've used that aren't all that good. I think the flesh tones are still a little bit dark. With the old army painter sort of speed paints. So generally whenever I use the flesh tone ones, even prior to me doing highlights, I always used to do a little bit of sort of normal lighter skin highlights, just because they are quite dark. And this time I remember I've got biscuits on the go or on the side, so if I do get peckish later, yeah, I won't be thinking about food because I've got some bickies to eat. Oh man, yeah. The S is silent. Verdigris. Oh, verdigris. Yeah. Cheers. Makes it a lot easier to say, doesn't it? Verdigris. Yeah. Drop the S. But yeah, so those dirty down paints work as well as the normal rust ones. I certainly am looking forward to sort of seeing how that comes out. Right, just like that, the floorboards are done. Yeah, cool. Again, apologies, I'm not about to say your name, Simregay. So I was going to give you Drake. Is Drake anything similar to the last bit? Are there any speed paints I don't like where Citadel do a better job? Yeah, so I'm not too sure. There's certainly some speed paints that, say, some of them speed paints come out really, really well, and you have really like the dark areas, the light areas, and then the sort of highlighted areas in one paint. There are some of the speed paints that like just two-toned, like a dark and a light. I'm looking at them, I'm trying to think which ones I've used that I thought they're alright. I have quite a few Citadel ones. The only Citadel one that I would say that I like over speed paint ones, and that's purely because it's still so far my favourite green to use on orcs, and that's this contrast Plague Bearer's Flesh. This is my favourite green to use on orcs. Unfortunately, I don't know if you saw in the last live stream I did, I'd almost run out of this stuff. It's right down the bottom, so I was having to go at mixing in some speed paints into this to give it a good old stir, just so it would last a little bit longer. Unfortunately, something else I was saying about the speed paints, which is why I kind of prefer to paint with them like this. When you shake these up and you go to pour them into your paint palette or whatever it is you're using, sometimes the balls get stuck in the nozzle, which I might as well put back on here actually. Yeah, the ball gets stuck in the nozzle. It doesn't take much then to squeeze the bottle, and the ball being in there, the whole lid pops off, everything shoots out. And that's what happened here. So loads of the green shot out. So it's kind of really mixed up and ruined it now. But yeah, I need to get some more contrast Plague Bearer's Flesh, as that is my favourite green for orc skins. I like trying different ones though, so that's why this one I'm using a prismatic bolt, which is definitely like a green to blue, I think. So that'd be quite cool to try. Yeah, so I got the pirate bits for this dude. Oh, I can't remember what they're called. Well, basically there's orcs that look like pirates, and they've got these huge big guns, and I used them for the Warhammer 40k chess set that I made. So they originally came from Chaos Cards. But so this model itself was from B Computers. There's a link in the description. So they kindly sent me this for free. So yeah, so go check them out. They do a whole range of Warhammer stuff, but I'm not sure if they deliver worldwide. Obviously, definitely in the UK, but yeah, not too sure about the worldwide bit. Yeah, so the old floor straight away looks reasonably good, like wood, so that's handy. I think what I'm going to do with the Squig is I was going to paint him with the lighter colour and basically do that all over, and then say the top of him I'm going to do like in a pattern with the bit of a darker one, just 'cause I want to make him look kind of like like a shark really. So I think we'll use that colour next, because that is kind of like a colour that is pretty much everywhere. Yeah, so with my pirate, obviously I did a bit of hacking, took his leg off, and gave him a little peg leg, although it's a very, very short peg leg. But again, all the conversion I did with this guy will be in the video that you'll be able to see. Depending on how well I get it painted tonight, I might edit the video and it'll be out tomorrow. If not, it'll be out Sunday. So either tomorrow or Sunday, this video will be out. As I say, it kind of really depends on how much I get done tonight, really. Flash Gits, that sounds right. Yes, cheers, Daniel. Yeah, I think there's, is it 5 of them in there? All sort of pirates. But say their guns are just nuts. They're huge guns. Zach and Kava, the 2.0 set is amazing. It is, yeah. As I say, it's just the having so many variations of like the same sort of colour as in green. I've got 18 greens. Admittedly, some of them are probably from the first set. But yeah, 18 greens. I've got about a dozen browns. There's just so many variations of a colour, which does make it a whole lot easier to sort of pick the one that you really want. I say, because I do primarily paint out of these, it's very rare for me to put these in a palette and try and mix two together. Just because I'm kind of lazy, and I would rather be able to see the colour I want and then just paint, yeah, straight from the pot, really. But that's the one I'm going to use now. What have I done with my little holder? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. So I'm not sure if I've actually used this one before or not. Battleship Greg. It's quite a, it's a very, so this is why one of the first things I did when I got the paint was all the lids I went through and I kind of slap chopped the lids. So all the lids were primed in black, dry brushed grey, dry brushed white, can't even talk, dry brushed white, and then obviously painted with whatever paint was in that particular pot. Just because obviously these are going to look very different how I use them to if you primed your miniature in white and then put the speed paint straight over. So that's why I went through, did all the lids, just so I could see exactly how it looks on, well, this kind of base, really. Because obviously a lot of the paints or the pictures on the front, they relate more if you're going to prime your miniature in white, and then you get obviously those three sort of tones from that paint. But obviously when you slap chop it, the colours are going to look different because there's some areas are going to have like a black primer. So yes, that's the reason why I did obviously all the lids straight away, just so I could see roughly what the paint should look like. And so this is definitely like a very, well, as you can see, very light blue, which yeah, I think should look quite good for his sort of main body, underbelly, and all the rest of it. But yeah, cool. Right, so again, I need to remember that I am filming every now and then, and not to forget. Right, so usual thing, get the camera roughly in place, work out where I'm going to hold the miniature, and then I can show that, show this, and then start painting. Cool. Good old peering over the top. I won't be able to see anything. And let's just go in there. Oh. Alright, start that bit again. Rookie mistake there. So this is the other problem when I do live streams. I sometimes forget things. And you may have noticed there I forgot to clean my brush. I've gone straight from poking it in the brown one into a blue one. Sounds so wrong. Daniel, do I base with black, grey, white, or just black, white? So all my miniatures are primed in black, then dry brushed grey. So the grey I use, I try and generally use a grey that's sort of, well, halfway between black and white, really. So a nice mid sort of range grey. So that gets dry brushed. So when I dry brush with grey, it's dry brushing, but there's quite a lot of dry brush. That make any sense? So I don't mind getting lots of grey on the miniature. When I come to dry brush with white, I generally make sure there's hardly any on the brush. So when you brush, even if you're brushing really hard, you really are just going to capture or catch the really raised areas. But yeah, I just love how they come out. So I did obviously the same with that. Is it a Sentinel? I think it's called a Sentinel. So yeah, I've got this one. Again, is primed black, dry brushed grey and white. What I might do though is go over the rest of him and dry brush with silver. I'm still not sure what colour I'm going to paint him. It might be a blue or a green, I'm not sure, but probably a light colour, because I want to turn this into a rust bucket. But I want to say dry brush in silver, because then when you paint over the top of silver with speed paints, obviously it makes them look a bit like they're sort of like a metallic colour. So that's my plan with him, and then say, yeah, I'm going to use a lot of that dirty down rust to turn that into a bit of a rust bucket. So that's kind of like next on my sort of painting list, I think. I've got so many things. Again, I like to have. I've got 4 things that I'm currently painting. Like he's one of them, but there's 3 others. And I just love having lots of things to paint because I love painting. So when I'm painting something and it needs to be drying, I then crack on and paint something else. So that's just how much I love painting. I just, yeah, kind of painting all the time, really. Matthew Gibson, love how I've customised the orc. Great job. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, I just like the idea of him being a pirate because I think the squig looks like it's a shark. And because I love having fun with kit bashing. Especially orcs, because I love orcs. Daniel, to be honest, how they're primed, I can see an entire army done in grayscale. I have got a kill team that I've done in grayscale, because I can't remember what I've used. It's one of like the Space Marine sort of teams, because there's only 6 in the team, but their heads, I printed out some skeleton heads. So I've given them skeleton heads and then primed them just like this, or painted them just like this, so they look very eerie and very sort of ghostly and dead, and they look pretty cool, obviously on the sort of the Galadark sort of terrain piece. Right. That's as clean and as tasty as that brush is going to get. And oh, apologies, just giving you a little bit of a hit. So the other little bit I filmed, obviously that's going to go on the scrap heap because, well, I hadn't cleaned the brush. So again, we'll start by just showing off how the wood looks from a nice, simple, quick bit of painting. And so that's the thing, I can't get over this sort of painting, just how quick it is. And yet how good it comes out though is just amazing. So say all these paints I'm using, I have given a good old shake literally just before. Well, that's why I was a little bit late doing the live stream by like a couple of minutes, because I was literally just shaking every bottle. But yeah, this is definitely a very light colour, as it's obviously not changing well what the colour is underneath, because it is kind of like quite dark, some of the dry brushing bits. Stop there and move to a different angle. Yeah, so with him, I'm going to do the whole of his body in this Battleship Grey, and then I'm going to work out where the sort of the top part is going to be for the different the darker shade. And what was it I was going to use? Oh, Runic. So Runic Grey is going to be on the top, and obviously the Battleship Grey is going to be everywhere, like everywhere else really. What's that? Meteor or Meteor MT? What's up with your stuff? You sound like you're from Wakey, down the road. Wakey. I'm not sure where Wakey is. If Wakey is anywhere near Southern Hampshire in the UK, then yeah, maybe. As that's kind of where I am. I'm from Southern Hampshire, in the UK. Well, not originally. Originally, I'm from London. But yeah, Southern Hampshire is where I live now. Yes, this is possibly one of those colours that would look better over a white than this. Although I like how this is coming out, but say it really is quite translucent, this colour, and not changing what I've painted that much, which is kind of good, because I want this to look like it's a shark, so I want the colours to be quite sort of like, almost like it's like an off-white, but like a blue off-white. So yeah, kind of liking how it's looking, really. Miles away then. So I mean, this might get 2 coats of this. I'm not sure. We'll see how it all dries. It might come out and look great after just one sort of coat. I'm going to film a little bit more in a minute of me painting this colour on him. Again, when I'm making my videos, I film quite a lot. But then when I come to edit it, obviously I put all the bits together and then I sort of re-watch it. And sometimes, well, not sometimes, but a lot of the time I will take out a lot of the footage just because it doesn't really need to be there. Because I like my videos to be kind of sort of precise, concise, to the point, which is why a lot of the time the video footage itself I sort of speed up just a little bit, just so you get to see more of what I do, but in a shorter period of time. I think mainly because I kind of make videos of the kind of videos that I like to watch. So for me, 8 to 14 minute videos are just great. So there's enough there to sort of get into it, see what's going on, but not too much that you think, oh, I'm getting bored of this, or you start fast forwarding. I mean, you may well fast forward my stuff, I don't know. But yeah, just for me, I do like sort of 10-minute videos are just nice. I mean, I've done a couple of 20-minute videos, and I think they were possibly too long. But sometimes there's so much I want to sort of show that, yeah, it is a case of I can't really cut out much more. So how many of you guys out there that paint this way? Because I'd say for me, this is just, it's so quick, so easy, enjoyable, and yeah, you get a good sort of result at the end of it. Yeah, so it's the first time I've used this colour paint, and I kind of like it. It's quite a soft sort of looking colour. So 3D print, 10-15 minutes is perfect. Yeah, so it's the kind of videos that I like watching. So even some of my favourite YouTubers that I watch, they're obviously like me. Occasionally they'll do a video that's longer than that. I think it depends on what kind of mood I'm in and what I'm actually doing. Whereas sometimes I'll watch like the whole thing, even if they do like a half-hour video, I'll watch all of it. And then sometimes I watch it, but then I kind of flick forward just to get to obviously all the main crucial bits. Right, so what I think I'll do is I'll film a little bit more of me just painting his tail. Looks about good. Okay, that's good for that filming. So how many of you guys are painting and watching me, or are you doing other things? So yeah, usual kind of thing, guys. What are you guys up to? Obviously, it's a Friday night. Obviously, it's 20 to 6 in the UK, and yeah, I'm sitting here in my living room at a desk painting this fella. So yeah, I'd like to know what you guys are up to. So I'm going to paint the whole of this in this colour, even though I know the top is going to be a different colour. But at least that way I can try and sort of feather or merge the two in together is kind of going to be my plan, I guess. Right, well I think he's almost done. There's normally bits I've missed somewhere on them. I mean, the problem I've got is I don't sort of like start one area and work all the way around. Especially when obviously I'm videoing as well. I kind of do one bit, then I jump to another bit to do some videoing, and that's sometimes where I then miss bits. So that Karen Kamasa, waiting for the kids to get to bed, and then you're going to slog away at your Iron Warriors. Awesome. Yeah, this colour's works out alright. I think it's got a nice sort of subtle, I'd say it's kind of like the greyish, whitish, bluish skin tone for me, my little shark thingy. A bit more around the teeth, even though I'm sure I'm going to change the colour around his teeth to be some sort of more reddy, sort of fleshy colour. Maybe a pink. Yeah, cool. Yeah, quite pleased with that. Trash Boat, you're working out while watching painting videos. Awesome. Yeah, it's been a while since I've worked out. Right. There we go. So Ryland Montgomery, have I had much or any success slapchop painting filament printed miniatures instead of resin? I'm just trying to think of what I've actually. I have got filament printers. I don't generally like to use them. I think mainly because they take a whole lot longer than resin printers, and most of the things I print are small, so I don't really need the big size of a filament one. I have printed a couple of small, sort of like space wall panels, but I'm not sure if I slap chop them or not. No, in fact, no. Yeah, the ones that I did filament print, I just dry brushed silver, and then dry brushed with a copper. Came out all right. but yeah, I've not slap chopped properly, like with a variety of colours. So yeah, I'm not too sure. Well, I can't see why it wouldn't come out well. I say the primer, I just use a cheap rattle can black primer. And when I say cheap, basically I go on to Amazon and I look up whatever the cheapest one I can get. I generally buy them in bulk, so I sort of buy 10 cans at once. And I think they work out then around about £3-4 a can, which isn't too bad, because I know that some rattle cans can be like 10-15 quid. So yeah, to get them down to about £3-4, pretty good. But so you have to generally buy them in packs of about 10. But I go through quite a lot. Well, not like I go through lots, but over a space of like 6 months, then I might go through quite a few. But yeah, I'm going to let him dry just a little bit. I mean, I shouldn't touch him when I do my next bits of paint, but obviously with the speed paints, the one thing you need to be careful of is when you do like paint something, not painting another speed paint too near it. And the speed paint 2.0 does dry quicker than the first one, but yeah, if you do a speed paint and then do another one near it, they will run into each other, and well, it could give you a good effect. But yeah, I'm going to wait a couple of minutes just for this to dry. Although I think the next thing I want to have a go at doing, I want to do do his skin. I say I'm using this plasmatic bolt. I did do a video a few weeks ago of a kill team, but I turned some orcs into the kill team. I can't remember what name it was. There was 6 orcs, and each orc I did with a different green. And I think they really came out really well, because it was nice to have that variation in colour and not have them all identical. Yeah, so that's why it's fun to try the different greens. I don't think I tried this one. I think I would have gone with ones that look more green. Don't know how well it's coming out on camera, but this one is definitely more, it's green with an air of blue to it, which I kind of like the idea of for an orc that obviously spends his time out at sea, making him have a bit more of a colour towards the blue of the sea rather than the green of the grass. But yeah, the over tyrant. Where did I get that thing that holds my paint pot? What, you mean my fingers? They came with my arm. They came with me now. Went on Thingiverse. I love Thingiverse because obviously that's the first place anything I want to 3D print. I go to Thingiverse first, just because they're all free. And I typed in miniature paint holder, painting miniature holder, or painting holder. It was something holder. I think it was painting holder. Loads of things come up, obviously, as they do. This was on there. I took it from Thingiverse. I changed it a little bit, not by much. There's a few things I changed on it. And yeah, then I printed out about a dozen of these. So these were printed out on a filament printer, which is why you can see, well, sort of the lines. But yes, I printed them out on a filament printer. Awesome little things. They're just plastic. So, I mean, you can use them 2 ways up. Generally, if I'm doing like a single miniature, I'll glue the miniature on top of this. As you can see, it's kind of like footprint sort of things. So I'll glue them on top of that. Some miniatures, like orcs and space marines, have got nice big chunky feet. What I do with them is I drill little holes into the bottom of the feet. I've not got one around me. But yeah, drill little holes into the bottom of the miniature's feet. So you can only really do this with the orcs and the space marines because they have big chunky feet, and then I sort of plop them on top of this. I prefer doing that just because then you can get right underneath everything. But if not, some of the other miniatures that are smaller, obviously I will just glue straight onto this, and then they just pop off when you scrape them off, because obviously I only put a little bit of glue on there. So yeah, so these are the paint holders, but obviously as you can see, it sort of works both way rounds, which is cool. So even though it's only sort of relatively small, it does work well for this. So this is glued on, but it won't take much to pop it off. But yeah, there you go, painting handle. Yeah, there you go, Dean. Yeah, type in painting handle on Thingiverse and lots of things will come up. But obviously it's just like a nice ergonomic size. I think this was originally, I think it was like a much longer looking thing. So I didn't change much. It was longer, and I think I changed the top because I've got a magnet in mine, just because my plan was to obviously, when you got like these kind of bases, have metal at the bottom and use it as a magnet to attach to this, and then you can just pop it on and off. So yes, I did put a magnet in these, but I never really used that idea. And I made them smaller just because I like the feel of it being smaller. Oh. But yeah, good old Thingiverse. So Thingiverse is where I go first. If not there, then I go to My Mini Factory is another good place. But you will need to type in free, because obviously there's a lot more people on there that sell their stuff. And then Cults 3D is the one I go to. Again, there's an option to click, so you just look at free stuff, and you don't have to pay. But yeah, I'm pleased with how he's drying. So it's quite a nice sort of soft light blue. That. So there you go. So what was that? A Battleship Grey. So again, this is where I need to try and remember. I need to get a little book and write down comments about each paint and how I think it comes out, how it looks to the top. So because some of the paints come out and they're very, again, this is where I don't know technical terms. They're very wet and watery. Even with shaking them within an inch of their life, they're still a very wet looking colour. So they go on, but their coverage is very sort of poor, which I say, some things might be good. But again, that's why I think I need to get a little book to write notes of every single one. But say this Battleship Grey has gone on, and yeah, I love how it's dried. It's definitely kind of what I wanted, really, which is cool. Oh, it's gone funny. Yeah, so guys, obviously, again, when I do get painting, sometimes I don't always look at the chat. If you have got a question you want to ask me, if you can put at Miniature Hobbyist in the comment, just because on my screen it highlights it in orange, and it just makes it easy for me to see that it's a question you're asking of me. If you do ask a question in chat and I don't answer it, apologies. Again, it's because obviously when you're chatting, it goes off the screen and then I can't see it. But I'm sure asking questions, obviously a great way to find things out. There's a lot of people in the chat that probably could answer whatever question it is, unless you're asking, well, a personal question that only I would know. Anyway, Trash Boat. I love the model. Still need to paint yours. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Because I think what I'm trying to do, say I love painting miniatures. What I really want to do now is I've actually got quite a few just turn up recently. I'm trying to buy or get miniatures that are like one-offs, as opposed to like a full kill team or a full Blood Bowl team or whatever it is. So I'm looking more at sort of boss miniatures. And again, ones that I can put and make little bases with, because obviously most of the miniatures that I actually use, especially in the kill teams, I put on nice clear bases because I love seeing the terrain underneath them, so I don't want their base to be distracting. But with these big boss ones, I want to have a go at making some bases, just because I love making things as well, so it'd be fun to theme them out. And so that's why I like the idea of this dude being on like a pirate ship. We've got like little octopus tentacles coming through the bottom, but that was more because I wanted his foot to be on something that was at an angle. So that's why I've got the tentacles in there. So that's the reason why the floorboard's lifted up, to give it the right angle for him to stand at this angle. I say, yeah, I do like converting things, and orcs. I got a lot of orcs because I love them. So in my little box of odds and ends, there's lots of orc odds and ends. So yeah, kit bashing with them is, well, it's just a lot of fun. And because orcs don't take themselves seriously, and I love that. So also, the funnier they look, the kind of better, really. They've probably got more status amongst their friends the funnier and more outrageous they look. Toast, no toast. Have I used any of the metallic speed paints? Yes, I've used the 3 that come with this set. Obviously there is another set coming out that's got the full 10. I don't know what the other ones are like, but the 3 that I've got, one of them I will be using now, is obviously the bronze. So is it in focus? Again, apologies guys, this is where I say my camera, it's not bad, but I've had it a good few years, so sometimes it's not all that good. Oh, don't want to zoom in, I want to get focus. That is kind of the best it's going to be. Yeah, so with the metallic paints, they all go on really, really well. As in, the coverage is nice. There's a good pigment in there, so they will cover really, really well. The only thing with these is what I was saying earlier about having some of the speed paints have got like just 2 tones. So there's like a darker version of whatever the colour is, and then a lighter version. Whereas most of the speed paints obviously have the 3. So in the nooks and crannies, it's going to be really, really dark. On the flat edges, it's going to be like the medium range of colour. And on the like really raised areas, you get the highlighted bit. So most speed paints will have that 3 variations. What I've found with the metallic ones is there's just the 2. There's obviously in the recesses, it goes nice and dark. On the flat edges, it's a nice sort of consistent colour. But then on the raised areas is no real different from the flat areas. But again, the coverage, when these go on, they go on lovely, especially the metallic silver. I've used quite a few other silvers from other companies, like just normal bog standard silver paint, and I've found them to be very, again, wishy-washy. And sometimes you need to do like a couple of coats for it to sort of look good. Whereas with the speed paint metallic ones, they go on, 1 coat, looks awesome. But again, so I'm going to use the bronze, but I am looking forward to sticking loads of this on over the top, just to make it look really sort of weathered and all the rest of it. So I'm looking forward to doing that. So yeah, this will go on really well. And again, you can sort of see by the lid, there are some darker areas, and then there's like normal areas. It's not really like the 3 tones, but so it's a nice colour. Right, I'm going to have a go at doing his skin. Yeah, plasmatic bolt is the colour I'm going to do for the orc skin. So I've not done an orc with this colour, so again, I'm not sure. Well, I kind of know roughly how it's going to come out, because obviously I can see by the lid sort of the shades. Normally I would do my orcs more of a green, but say because he's a pirate orc, being at sea, I think having that little tint of blue in him would just look good and sort of tie in with the whole sort of sea theme of this. That's my theory, anyway. Andreas, you're inspired to try the slapchop technique. Do it. You're starting at Warriors of Chaos Fantasy Army. Cool. Yeah, especially like batch painting as well. Yeah, to do like say 10 miniatures in one go with this stuff, honestly, you can knock through them so quick. I say if I wasn't filming, as in doing a live stream, I reckon this guy I'd probably get done in about 2 hours. Probably less, because it'd be like say 1 hour I'd get all the speed paints on him, maybe even less, because he's because there's quite a few bits and pieces. Yes, I say an hour to get the speed paints on him, and then maybe another hour just going over doing a few highlights, adding sort of like the verdigras. See, I've forgotten how to say it already. There's no S. Verdigras. You know what I mean. The copper oxidization. So yeah, so this kind of miniature under 2 hours. But if I was doing like single miniatures, but like a team of them, so you could do 10 miniatures in. I've done some videos where I think I timed myself. I'm sure it's only about an hour and a half to get 10 miniatures done to a reasonable standard. So yeah, slapchop, speed painting, whatever you want to call it, it works really, really well. And doing batch painting, yeah, just awesome. But yeah, Mr. Birdie, have I tried using any of the 2.0 speed paints over a metallic undercoat? I'm not sure I have, but as I say, that's what I will be doing with my Sentinel. Well, something similar. I'm going to say I'm only going to dry brush him with silver. But yeah, so I'm not too sure. I mean, when I use the speed paints, it should still look like a metallic sort of look, because obviously it'll have the silver. But say I'm only going to dry brush silver. I'm not going to do full silver. But yeah, I love dry brushing. Dry brushing is so cool and gives like a nice irregular effect. Right, so I'm going to do his green. There's not really a lot I can really see him, I suppose. A bit of his arm. And his body, because obviously he's got like a nice full-on robot arm on one side, and there's part of a robot arm on the other. Yeah, there's not really a lot of green. I can't see any green this side. He's got that's all robot on that side. So yeah, just a little bit of green this side. So what we'll do, we'll get the camera up above, probably the best place to see. Do I varnish my models? I don't. No. Probably should, I guess. But no. I think it's because I don't really use a lot of mine. So other than the kill team that I play, yeah, most of the miniatures I make are, say, because these kind of guys, in the past, these would have just sat on my shelf for like months, years, whatever. But I'm now, whatever I make, and it's not Kill Team, because obviously I play the Kill Team. So this guy, he's going to be on eBay when I'm finished with him. Just as obviously another way for me to help fund the channel, to buy more stuff, and to buy myself some cookies. So yeah, so this guy's going to go on eBay. But yeah, no, I don't really ever sort of varnish my things. I suppose I should do. If you play with them lots and you're handling them lots, then yeah, eventually obviously the paint would wear off, I guess. But yeah, I don't. Trash Boat, I probably won't do much painting once the new Zelda game comes. I'll play a few online games with the kids. What's the one I'm playing over? Oh, Overwatch. Started playing that quite a bit. Right. Let's have a little bit of a drink because I'm getting a bit thirsty. Mr. Birdie, if the 2.0 paints work anything like the ones did, you can absolutely dry brush and slap chop metallics. Yeah, I can't see why not. Yeah, just kind of then makes whatever paint you've got, you can make it a metallic look. Right, let's zoom in a bit. Let's zoom in a bit more actually. There we go, zoomed in. It's filming. Let's try it. Say this green. I've not used this one before, so not too sure how it's going to come out. Again, I'm going to do like some dry brushing over the top, because say this definitely isn't a green that I would normally use. I just fancied again trying something different, because you never know. You might look at one and think, oh no, it looks pants, but then try it and think, oh, I actually like that. Oh, a hand slip there. That's enough of the filming. Yeah, so this green, it's not growing on me at the moment. I think it's because it is. Say it's definitely obviously quite a hint of blue to this. And yeah, for me, orcs are green. Although I have done some blue orcs just to well, just see how they looked, and they were quite cool. So I've also put a little, obviously a patch on this pirate, just because, well, he's a pirate, he needs a patch. Right, let's change the focus again, because it doesn't look like it's too in focus. Is that a bit better? Yes, I've got all the settings on my webcams are all on manual. Only because if I don't, you're basically the camera just keep trying to focus in and out, in and out, in and out, and it'll just be so annoying. Plus, you can hear the motor as well. Well, I think I turned the sound off though. Not sure. Yes, if any of you guys out there love orcs and paint lots of orcs, what's your preferred sort of colour method to doing yours? So I do like trying different greens every now and then, but I kind of always come back to my my favourite ones. Doesn't look too bad. Again, I'm looking forward to doing all the metal bits on here in the copper colour. Just because it does look quite a cool colour. Because I do like the old like steampunk look. And for me, the orcs with like robotic bits is definitely steampunk-esque, if that's the right terminology. Right, so yeah, so this side is definitely all metal bits in. There's no skin. Obviously, the steering wheel, that covers a lot, so I can't really see what's going on there. Yeah, that's kind of really it. As I say, the green still hasn't still hasn't grown on me yet. I don't dislike it. It's just not very orc looking in my eyes, and I think that's why I'm kind of still on the fence with the green. But say I wanted to try something different, because if you don't try new things, then you never know, well, if you like it or don't like it. But like everything in life, isn't it, really? You should always give something a go once, just to sort of say yay or nay. Oh, pardon me. Andreas, blue orcs are underrated. See, now, if it was like a full-on blue, like I have done for an orc before, yeah, I love it. But I think this is because this one is just that sort of, it's blue and green almost in one. And I think that's where I'm getting confused in my mind. If it was like all green, awesome, or all blue, awesome. But having that little bit in between, it's like he's the love child of a blue and a green orc. Bless him. And his little robot bits. Toast, no toast. You like yellow brown? Oh yeah. But I grew up with Warcraft where they are blue, green, brown. But that's the thing though. I mean, orcs, yeah, try them in different. So again, this is why I love orcs. Everything they wear, you can make really vibrant, bright, bold looking colours. But yeah, even with the skin, you can make orcs look whatever colour you want because, well, for starters, orcs are made up. So what's to say it's not pink with black spots or whatever, or even like a zebra stripe. So yeah, you really can just go wild with them, which is pretty cool. Trashboat is currently slap chopping an evil sun's army. You'll be using gut ripper flesh. Oh, okay, with a thin green wash over it. Cool. And a little bit purple. Yeah, so this is something people keep suggesting to me is to do purple highlights, or purple with undercoat, or purple almost dry brushing over the top. But yeah, purple with the green with orcs, just because it gives them that kind of different sort of skin tone look. But yeah, again, it's trying new things. Luke painted purple, but then you couldn't see it anymore. It disappeared. Good old purple ones, eh? Retro Clips, good to see me live. Yeah, I'm trying to get back into doing them again. I know I haven't done them for quite some time. But I think I kind of did them before and then stopped, more because of all the preparation involved in doing something. Because I used to do a lot more building before. So when you're building something, if I was going to build something like now in a live stream, I'd need to have loads of stuff beside me to be able to build something. Especially if I'm kit bashing or scratch building or whatever it is. My desk would used to be full of stuff. Whereas when it comes to painting miniatures, there's a lot less preparation. As in, all I need is me, my miniature and paint, which is always here. So yeah, painting miniatures is a lot easier for me to do. And hopefully I'll do more live streams because it is so easy. Bill making stuff. Hello, buddy. Afternoon to you. Hope you're well. Mr. Birdie, it gives their life some skin, the skin some life. Yes, I do need to mess about more with adding bits of purple to the orcs. But say this green is definitely, yeah, it's different. But say the chances are when he's dried and I go over and do some highlighting, I'll use maybe something. Well, say that, yeah, maybe I should highlight bits of purple. Just to really sort of go out of my comfort zone and do something quite different with him. Right, I think I'm going to go and paint. Should we do the barrel? Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to do the barrel, and then I'm going to go and do lots of copper, because there's obviously, well, a lot of the stuff that's left is spit all over the thing. A lot of stuff that is left is copper, so we'll do the copper in a second. Right, so what brown was I going to use for the barrel? I think it was this one. again, I love these. The Speed Paints 2.0. There's so many different variations. Sometimes you almost think there's too many, but then you can never really have too many paints. So it is nice that you are stuck for which brown to use, because there's just so many. So I'm going to use fire. So this is another one of these ones where, for me, say because I don't obviously prime in white. When you look at the obviously these three colours on the bottle, these are kind of done, or should show you roughly what it would look like on a white primed miniature. But obviously mine's primed in black and then dry brushed, which is why my lids on quite a few of my paints are very, very different from how army paint have sort of said they'll look, obviously on a white primed miniature. So yeah, so having these lids is kind of valuable for me, because otherwise I'd have looked at this fire drake colour and thought that's not really a brown for a barrel, that's more of a skin colour. But then if I painted it, I'd look at it and go, oh, that's a very dark sort of skin colour. Yeah, so that brown is good for, well, in this case, doing barrels. Right. Make sure my brush is clean. Good old licking it. So say every paint I'm using, I've given them a good old shaking literally before I came online. So that's why I'm only giving them a little bit of a shake now, because they are, well, hopefully well and truly all shaken up. So that's what we're just going to do is barrel with this colour, and then we're going to get on and do lots and lots of copper. Right, let's just move the camera up a little bit, face down, just so you can see more of what I'm doing there. That looks a bit better. Let's just check how's focus. Yeah, that's good. Right. Yeah, all good. Right, so yeah, we're going to use this one, and again, we'll just film a little bit. Let's see where I'm going to hold it. I'm going to hold it about there. Cool. So this one definitely comes out a whole lot, or looks a whole lot darker than what it says on the bottle. Cool, enough filming. And say it's all well and good filming, but it does get in the way quite a bit. That's the other problem I've got. Obviously, I'd love a nice, clean, tidy desk, and obviously I've got a nice big Army Painter cutting mat, which they don't actually sell, but I'd seen people using them, so I cheekily asked Army Painter if I could have one of these, which they politely said yes. But my biggest problem is I really love it so much that I don't want to get it dirty or cut on it. So they sent me this, but then I brought a little A4 cutting mat that I generally put on top of this when I'm doing cutting, just because I didn't want to ruin this. So it's like now, every time I get a little bit of paint on here, I'm like, oh no, can't have that. Which is kind of sad really, but it's just a case of I just love this. Well, I love clean cutting mats, but I love this one just because it's got Army Painter written all over it. It just looks cool. But yeah, it does mean I'm quite reluctant to get it dirty or to cut on it. Although there's a few cut lines in here. And as much as these are obviously the old like self-healing mats, you can still feel the cut with your hand or sometimes. And it's like, yeah, I just don't want to get it dirty. So I bought a second cutting mat just to go over the top. So say, obviously it would be easier to paint this like sub-assembled and then just glue it all together at the end. But yeah, where's the fun in that? It's more fun gluing it together and then hoping you can get all the way into certain areas. So yeah, so that brown's a nice brown. It's a little bit different to the other one. A little bit darker, which is cool. So I think now we'll do loads of the bronze, because there's certainly a lot of bronze on this dude. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably just going to go over the whole thing in bronze, and then certain bits afterwards I might pick out and do like a silver, but I would probably use like a normal sort of silver paint over the top. Just because at the moment I can't figure out what bits I want to do copper, what bits I want to do metal, in regards to like obviously all these mechanics. So yeah, sometimes it's just easier doing it all in one colour, and then afterwards just going over and picking out little bits with a normal sort of silver. Gary, am I planning to do any more sprue videos? I do think about it every now and then. The only thing with the sprue videos is they take a long time, or they do and they don't. Because obviously with a sprue goo, I've got to melt the sprues down into goo, so that normally takes obviously like overnight. And then if I make something out of the sprue goo, I then need to leave that overnight to then go back to being a plastic. So as much as I had fun making things with sprue goo, there's a lot more planning, preparation goes into those, purely because you can't do lots of things at once. You can only do a little bit here and there, especially some of the things that I'd build it sort of slowly as I went along. So like it could take me like several weeks to make something, even though actual working time I only might have spent like 6 hours, 8 hours on something, but I had to do it in little bits because I was waiting for the sprue goo to rather go into sprue goo or to go back to being plastic. Although I do still have the one item, so anyone who's new here is going to look at this and think, what's that all about? But anyone who's been here a while will know my favourite thing that I built out of sprues, and I built quite a lot of things out of sprues. My favourite thing, I'm sure you can probably guess, sprue burger. So yeah, anyone just watching is probably thinking, what's... So this is made out of sprues. I haven't got any sprues to hand, but I'm sure if you're watching this channel you must know what a sprue is, because that's what the miniatures come on. So those grey plastic sort of bits that you throw away after you've cut the miniature off, I turned them into this burger. Sad but true. So this is something I made years ago. It's got quite a bit of dust on it, and there's like a framework inside this, and then obviously I built over the top. But I also built a orc stomper out of sprues, quite a lot of other vehicles, terrain pieces, objective markers. I mean, there's loads of videos on my channel that are quite old that are obviously sprue ones, but these were all kind of made prior to me liking painting miniatures, which is why I didn't. You won't really see any miniatures being painted on this channel. Certainly over a year ago, it was always like me building stuff. Obviously, it wasn't always building this kind of things. It was a lot more Warhammer related, but this was just a one-off. I just wanted to see what I could make out of sprues, and this was This is what I made, and obviously it's quite a burger. If this was a real burger, this would well, it would keep you full for quite a while. But yes, that's the one thing that I've made that I'd never get rid of, which probably makes it even sadder. But I just love the fact that I've got a sprue burger, the one and only ever sprue burger. Because I'm sure there's no one else who's made one. I can't see why they would, because I'm not even sure why I made it. So toast is priming and painting. Oh, your lids are awesome. Yeah, so it just seems to work so well. It's the first thing I did when the Speedpaint 2.0s turned up. Was I went through all the lids, painted all the lids, and did the same with the original speed paints, just because again it just shows me exactly how things are going to look. And I'll have to admit, now his green has started to dry, I quite like it. Still wouldn't be my top 3 of greens, but yeah, I do like it. I guess my top 3, so number 1 at the moment is definitely Plague Bearer's Flesh. I love that as an orc green. That's probably number 1, and I reckon number 2 and number 3 are joint in their sort of secondness, and that's these two. So Gilly Dew and Charming Chartreuse. Again, I don't know how to say things, but yeah, these two. And I love obviously how these look. There's quite a lot of nice little contrast in the shadows, the highlights, and sort of the mid tones, or whatever it is they're called. Right, so we'll just put that back. Right, let's have another little sip. Ooh. Andrews, the Sprue Goo videos is what hooked you to the channel. I know a lot of people that have been here for a few years, that probably is what hooked them in. Yeah, me making things out of sprues. Just because there's so many things you can make out of sprues. Well, clearly because I've got a lot of videos where I've made things. And I think the other thing I really liked that I made was the Star Wars TIE Fighter. Made that purely out of sprues. So even that round ball bit in the middle and wings, everything, all made out of sprues. I made a tank, an Orc battle wagon. Again, that was all sprues, even the wheels. Yeah, there's a lot of things you can make with sprues, but say there's a lot of time involved in sticking them in the acetone, waiting for them to go into sprue goo. And yeah, I think it was all that time in between. It just made it hard work to keep making things out of sprues. Whereas obviously painting, and because I love painting miniatures, it's so much easier to just pick up a box, as in, say this that turned up the other day, get your box, get a miniature out, and yeah, do a little bit of kit bashing and turn it into things. But this is one thing I really do like about the old Warhammer stuff. Sometimes you get like variations of what you can build the thing as, which means whatever parts you do use, you've got bits left over. So this guy's top body, I've got all left over, and the head of this thing, because obviously it's got 2 heads. And I love that, the fact that obviously your bits box, it starts to grow with obviously all the bits that are left over from sets. But yeah, so I am looking into doing sort of the bosses of different factions, just because I love the idea of them obviously being a nice sort of decent size, a nice decent size base, and me having to go at doing more fun with bases. Even though I know I always sort of say I prefer clear bases, but I prefer clear bases for games that I play. I would never use this dude in the game because I don't play normal Warhammer 40k. It's purely the kill teams that I play. So yes, again, have I got a link down below? There should be a link down below. If there's not, I'll put one later. To my eBay account, where I am now selling things like this that I make, I paint, and then because I know if I didn't sell him, like the stuff that I've had for years, it sits on my desk, then it goes onto like a shelf, then it goes into a cupboard. So I've got stuff in the cupboard that's been there for like 2 years. So yeah, so I would rather someone else got use out of it, and obviously I get a bit of money that I can spend on other bits and pieces, which is cool. Right, so I think everything looks like it's reasonably dry. So yeah, so I'm going to do a lot of stuff on here. I am going to do bronze. But say there will be some metal bits, as in silver. I'm not sure what, so I'm going to do everything in bronze, and then I'm going to use like a normal silver paint just to sort of touch up or do a few bits here and there in silver, and then that'll probably get some sort of a wash over the top of that. And then the old verdigris, yeah, get some of this stuff on. Good old Dirty Down. So I've used the rust from Dirty Down, the brown and the yellowy rust, and they look just awesome. So I'm looking forward to trying out that stuff. Toast No Toast, welcome to a MH member. Cheers, buddy. I know, tasty. Well, I do wipe these quite a bit on a good old wet wipe first, and then I can't help give it a little suck afterwards, just to, I don't know, just make sure it's all clean and done. And just making it dry, it takes so long. You make metal plates from the goo. Oh, use them all conversions. Yeah, so the sprue goo builds are very orientated towards orcs because they look like they've been sort of, well, cut up and put together by an orc. But I mean, I did enjoy making things out of sprues, just to sort of show and prove you can make anything within reasons out of sprues. It's like that big ship that I made. Oh, what's it called? That thing that I made, and it was literally the size of my desk, and I had to build it in like 3 sections because it was ginormous. I can't think what it's called now though. But yeah. Yeah. Right. So we're gonna paint this, and we'll do some filming. Obviously. Good old obviously. Zoom in on a leg. So right. Okay, so this is where sometimes I do end up putting the camera right in front of my face, and I am sort of like looking around the side, just because obviously where the camera goes is going to get the best sort of shot of what I'm doing, even though sometimes it is obviously quite clearly in my face. So I just want to show what I've painted so far. Yeah, I'm loving the skin colour of this this squig thing. I think it's come out pretty cool. So now we'll just show that I'm going to use the bronze. So say it's the silver that really goes on and looks very well, a nice real thick sort of dark coverage. Bronze, as you can see, is quite translucent, but still does look pretty cool. So by doing it, so I'm just going to paint everything in this colour. It does make it so much simpler, and then once it's all dried, then I can go through and just pick out certain areas that I'd rather have as silver, or any other colour really. Cool. We'll stop that just because I say it's getting a bit difficult. It's getting a bit difficult seeing what I'm doing, and so that's why I mean, if I was just to sit and paint a miniature, I could paint them even quicker than I can when I'm not doing a live stream. But obviously, it does slow down quite a bit every now and then when I have to get the camera, move it around, set up the shot, think about what I'm going to say, re-show bits that I painted, and then film. But I've kind of got used to that's how I paint miniatures now, with things in my way. But yeah, I love painting. I can't say it enough. I just love painting. Dean P, welcome to be a MH member. Cheers, buddy. That is much appreciated. It looks well worn from the first pass. Yeah, I say again, it's because obviously doing the old dry brushing, the grey and the black, sort of paint priming in black, and then dry brushing. I can't even talk. Dry brushing with the grey and then the white. It does. It just it makes painting so easy. I can't get over how easy it makes painting. Well, sorry, not to say how easy it makes painting, but how easily it makes the end result good. And I say that's why I have obviously got this love of painting now, because before I would paint something and it would just look like a dog's dinner. It would have taken me 3-4 times the time it takes me to do things now, and I wouldn't enjoy the process. But I think the main reason I didn't enjoy the process because I knew it was going to come out looking like a dog's dinner. So then you're almost thinking, why am I putting myself through this when I know this isn't going to come out looking good? Whereas a slap chop, whatever you want to call it, I know some people don't like the term slap chop, and to be honest, I don't care if they don't like it, they don't like it. But for me, I know it's changed me from not liking painting to loving it and doing it all the time. Yes, that's why I'm always saying in my videos, if there's anything you want to see me paint, by all means let me know, because obviously, well, I am getting lots and lots of miniatures to paint nowadays. So yeah, definitely doing these like one-off single sort of bosses. I'm really enjoying. Plus, because then with the single bosses, there's more sort of kit bashing I want to do to them. Even if it's not much, like this one, just changing it a little bit, but just having having fun with it. Yeah, so when this gets the old patina look as well, it's definitely going to make this whole thing look a lot more, well, weathered, older, and hopefully sort of tie in nicely with this sort of the sea sort of theme that I've got going on. Yes, I must admit though, I wouldn't mind trying the new 10 or the full 10 sort of metallic paints they've got, just to see what the other ones are like. Really, maybe I need to be cheeky and send them a message, sort of see if they got any spare metallic paints they would like to send me just to try out. Because if you don't ask, you don't get. So it's always worth asking. Yeah, yes, I say as copper goes, that's it's not too bad, is it? It's quite shiny, quite coppery looking. Yeah, cool. Right, just do all the other little bits that are, well, a possible copper colour. Yes, don't forget guys, the full video of this dude, say it might be out tomorrow. It all really depends on how much I get done today. If I get him fully painted today, then yeah, tomorrow morning I can edit the video together, and then the video will be out tomorrow. But if I don't get him fully painted tonight, then I'll finish him off tomorrow, and then the video will be out Sunday. Just to say, for this month I'm trying to do a video every 2 days. Just to see, so I've tried lots of things with this channel. I've tried doing videos like once a week. I've tried doing videos the same time and day each week. I've then done videos sporadically all over the shop. I think I even did a case where I didn't do a video for sort of 2-3 weeks, and then did a video just to see what sort of reaction that would get. So yeah, so that's why at the moment I'm trying to do a video every sort of 2 days, just to see how that sort of works with YouTube's analytics and algorithms and all the other bits and pieces. Because obviously I want this channel to grow, and say obviously I'm enjoying painting sort of single miniatures, so it's obviously quite easy to sort of get one of these sort of things done in a day or so. But yeah, so definitely I've got the videos coming up, or things I need to do is the using the air gun or airbrush, whatever you want to call it. So that should be interesting, because I've never really used one before, but I have got one now. And the old non-metallic metal, that's the other sort of painting style I want to have a go at doing. I enjoyed doing that, the comic strip sort of style painting. I don't know if you guys have seen that video, that's on my channel somewhere. But yeah, making like a comic book sort of style painting, that was quite fun. Cool. How are we doing on time? Oh, that's not too bad. 1 hour and 40. I've got a reasonable amount done. Thanks. I was almost contemplating turning his big gun here into like a little mini cannon. I mean, it looks like it's almost like a mini cannon anyway. But yeah, I was thinking about making like a cannon. But I changed my mind just in case it would look too silly. Yes, don't forget guys, if you're in the UK, say I got this miniature sent to me from B Computers. So I'm not too sure if they deliver worldwide, but they've certainly got a good selection of Warhammer sort of miniatures that they post in the UK, and I believe all the posting is free, which is always nice. Yeah, to say this is quite a nice sort of Talos bronze, seems to be going on quite well. Gary Gagon, have I ever thought about going back and painting any stuff I made from sprue goo using the slapchop method? Possibly, but I think the problem there is a lot of the stuff that I made with the sprue goo is quite large with a lot of like flattish panels, and I think obviously this kind of technique, it looks awesome. The more detail in a miniature, that's when this stuff really shines and makes it look amazing. But painting flat panels in this sort of style, you wouldn't really get much variation in the sort of the colour of the panel. Plus the other problem there is these are quite small-ish bottles. They're great for painting miniatures. You can get a lot of miniatures obviously out of a bottle. But if you were to do like a big, say like the battle wagon, the Orc battle wagon I've got is obviously quite a large size, so that would use up a lot of paint. So yes, I'd be almost reluctant to use a speed paint on something so big when it's not really going to benefit how it looks, and obviously you're using a lot of paint that's better served for other stuff really. Plus, to be honest, there's a lot of stuff that I've made because I moved homes or moved flats about 6 months ago, so there's a lot of stuff I got rid of because it had been sitting in shelves or boxes or cupboards for like about a year. So I kind of thought it's not going to get seen or used. Yes, there's quite a few bits I have actually got rid of. So yes, which is a shame because I've got rid of some of the old things that I painted, as in like some of the miniatures. Like there's a Orc that I used to use quite a bit called Crazy Dave. Then obviously the Lonely Orc. So again, anyone who's been here a while will know what I'm talking about. I had an Orc called the Lonely Orc, and the reason he was a Lonely Orc, was because he was the only orc I had. Again, this is when I didn't like painting miniatures. But I had one orc that I painted just to use, because when I used to make a lot of more like terrain pieces and vehicles and just weird and wonderful stuff. But yeah, so I painted one orc up. Say this is the Lonely Orc, and I used him just as a size. So when I did make sort of vehicles and terrain and doors and bits and pieces, he was what I used as a gauge to how big something should be. Hence the reason he was called the Lonely Orc, because he was the only orc I had, and he used to sit on my desk. But yeah, somehow he's disappeared, which is a real shame, because I would have loved to have seen how badly he was painted. But I knew he was badly painted, and then I possibly could have repainted him. I've got a few little drops of thingy on him, so I'm going to have to try and clean that up somehow. But yeah, so Crazy Dave and the Lonely Orc. So Crazy Dave was another orc that I made, but he was like a seated or sitting down orc, and I used him in all the weird and wonderful vehicles that I made. But again, I don't know. I know. I think I might have still had him. I think he might have still been in the Star Wars TIE Fighter. Not sure. I need to go and have a look. Paint hand down. You think I like the airbrush? Super lazy. Well, I am looking forward to having a go at using it on a larger miniature, just so I can obviously get used to how the paint comes out, how you can adjust it, how fine you can get it, all the rest of it. But yeah, so things like the Squig, I might enjoy doing something like that, or doing like the base colours of miniatures. Yeah, I am looking forward to having a go, because I've always wanted to have a go at one. And yeah, I've had one now, say for about a month, so I should really crack it out of the box, because it's in a lovely big box as well. It's in like a nice metallic box, it's like a carry case. Yeah, so I will be using it at some stage. Hi Andre, how are you doing, buddy? Hope you're well. You're never late, you're always just on time. Whatever time you get here is obviously the time you're meant to be here. Right, let's paint some of these bits as well, I think. Yeah, so this metallic copper, I'm certainly loving this. So this one doesn't actually look too bad. So the silver, the metallics, it's a lovely silver, but it is very much a silver rather than like a speed paint silver. You don't really get too many sort of variations of the silver from one sort of coat. Whereas the copper does seem to be quite nice, in as it does have some dark areas and some light areas. So I'm thinking I'm going to do his arm all the copper as well, just so it all ties in, rather than doing him in silver bits. So I do like the look of the copper. I have ever done a video on my streaming setup. Interested in how the miniature, how your miniature focused camera is set up. I'm sure I have done a video a long time ago of my sort of setup and the cameras I use. So I've got two webcams, obviously the one that's looking at my face and the one that's looking at the desk. So there's two webcams. The software I'm using is Streamlabs. I've got a light up there which is obviously on me. I've got a light just to the side of me which is on him. I've got a microphone just here because I have used the webcam's microphones, but sometimes they go a bit tinny. So that's why I've got a cheap microphone just to the right of me, which doesn't seem to be doing too bad a job. So yeah, my plan with this dude is to get him obviously fully painted with the speed paints, and then go over and do some sort of edge highlighting, maybe a bit of stippling here and there. But yeah, just to try and sort of, well, try and make it as good as I can and to enjoy it. I say it is fun trying out different sort of things. Right, so let's paint most of his robotic bits. Again, I'm going to paint it all copper and then possibly go over and do a few bits in silver once it's all dried. I do kind of like the sort of steampunk look when it comes to mixing sort of robot bits and normal bits together. I think we'll do a little bit more filming just to show his arm being done. We'll film from up here just because when I film from higher up it's easier for me to carry on painting, because obviously the camera's not exactly not getting in my way up there. Let's just see where I need to be. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. So when I do the final video for this, I will go through all the colours that I'm using. There we go. You see, I have functioning glasses again. Well, these are still the cheap old, I think about £4 these glasses. So again, these are great for anything, because obviously I'm long sighted, so anything further than 2 feet from my face I can see perfectly. Anything 2 feet and under, it's a little bit blurry, which isn't very good when obviously you want to paint miniatures. So I used to have varifocals, but they're pretty expensive to get decent lenses. So yeah, when I broke them, because I had them for about 4 years or so, that's why I now buy cheap ones, which yeah, are great for when I'm painting things at close up. But it's like now, if I need to look further than 2 feet, things get a bit blurry. So you have to like take them off, or do the old school teacher bit and do a bit of that, which I don't really do. Jeffrey is so glad to see the success of this channel. You refer to everyone to these videos when they have roadblocks to painting. Well, it is. I'm very much to say I've only really been painting miniatures for like 7 months. I'm definitely a noob, and it is a case of if I can do it, then anyone can do it. And it's the fact that I'm doing it and I'm enjoying it, because this is such an easy technique, and it gets the grey plastic to a decent standard, I would say. Plus, it's like an initial sort of stepping stone. You get them painted to this standard, they're great, you can use them. But then if you want to, you can go back to them and start doing some highlights, some edging, all the rest of the fun stuff, which say I'm going to be doing with this dude. Once he's fully painted, I will be doing some highlights and some edging and bits and pieces. Say, just to have fun with it and to sort of try and make it, well, look as good as it can. Although again, this is where everything's obviously subjective. It's going to look as good as it can in my eyes. Someone else might look at it and go, no, I wouldn't have stopped there. I'd have done this or done that. And that's the one thing obviously with YouTube. It doesn't matter what video I put on. People can obviously always make a negative comment or say something about it, and it's like, well, that's what they would do, but not what I would do. And like everything else, you can't please everyone all the time, which is why you should just always please yourself. And yeah, and paint, well, paint to how you're happy. And this is definitely how I'm happy. Right, and that's his arm done. So we'll do his other little robotic arm. That can be copper as well. I say some of these bits I will add a bit more colour to, but for the moment, for ease, I'm just doing everything copper. Sir Stinks a Lot, great name. Did I make the base? I did make the base. So I know, as much as obviously whenever I'm doing miniatures, I always put them on clear bases. I do like making bases. The only reason I do the clear bases is they're for miniatures that I use in games. So all my kill teams are going to have clear bases because I like to see whatever terrain is underneath them. But that's why I'm going to be doing more sort of like these kind of like boss sort of guys, whether they're orc bosses or space marine bosses, just because I want to make like little sort of diorama bases for them. Because yeah, I enjoy making bases. I say the only reason I don't do it on my miniatures is because I like to sort of see, well, what they're standing on, really. But yeah, so the video that will come out will show, well, show me making the base basically. Right, I think that's most of the bits so far. There might be some more copper, but I can't think what it is. Let's do his other little knee pad. Oh yeah, I was going to do the what sits on the barrel, the metal strips or collars or whatever they're called. It says some little barnacles on here. They were made. It wasn't the green stuff. It's that other stuff. It's like green stuff. I always forget what it's called. Really cheap stuff. Obviously, it goes rock hard. Mix 2 components together. Yeah. Again, you'll see that in the video when it comes out of this little chap being painted. Cool. I think that's most of the thing. Andre, the metal on the barrels are called staves. Staves or staves? Staves, staves. Ah, okay. And there we go. There's something I've learned that I will forget within about 5 minutes, or maybe not even that. Good old memory like a sieve, man, me. Let's do whatever that little bit of metal is on that. So the big question is, what colour do his pants? I was thinking of doing possibly sort of like blue and white stripes, just because, well, I feel like that would be very piratey of him. Oh, let's do some. There's some metal bits on his shoes. Oh, pardon me. Normally I'd do them like a silver, but as I think everything else metal-wise on here is going more copper. We'll stick with that, I think. Obviously, he's only got the one shoe because the other shoe, well, I kind of chopped his leg off. And I think we'll also do this thing going around the steering wheel. Cool. Right, there we go. I think that's all the copper bits done. Probably not. I always miss some bits. So, yeah, there's a fair chance I'm going to do some more copper bits in a minute. But for the moment, I'm pretty pleased with how that is. Carl Black, had to go away for a bit. How do I feel about the bolt as skin colour? Yeah, the plasmatic bolt. It's grown on me. I don't now dislike it like I initially did when it first went on. It's definitely not a green I would use sort of in general. But I think for this guy being sort of say sort of the old captain of a ship, I think having skin colour greeny blue probably suits him more than just being green. But again, I'm not too sure. When I come to do highlights on him, I might do the highlights in green, or I might even do the highlights in a blue, just to make him even more blue like the sea. So yeah, I'm not too sure what I'm going to do, but yeah, the green itself, yeah, it's alright. Rightio. Right, we'll give them a little second to dry in certain areas. Yeah, so there's a couple of little drops, like little splatters on the back of copper. So I'm not too sure what I'm going to do there, whether or not I'm just going to like paint over them a little bit with white and then do the battleship grey again. Although they're possibly going to be part, so the top part of him, like the strip going down his head and his tail, I'm going to do in a darker colour, so it would be the runic grey. So that might well hide those couple of little drops that have somehow got on there. Jeffrey Bays started watching when I had less than 100 followers. Oh wow. And you remember when I said I hated painting? It is literally every video I ever made I would say I hated painting. Obviously say I didn't really paint miniatures. Again, I had the lonely orc. I think he was my only orc for about a year. Then there was the Crazy Dave, the orc that I did with vehicles. But yeah, even when I painted any kind of vehicle or terrain pieces, I didn't really enjoy it. Whatever I painted would just get a load of wash colours put on the top, and I reckon 9 times out of 10, whatever I painted, I then made look like a rust bucket. Just because rust is easy to paint because you make the thing look really bad. So yes, I did have a lot of rust bucket vehicles and terrain pieces. But yeah, so it's quite different now that I actually love painting. Rightio. I think I'm going to paint the little squiggy thing on his shoulder. I'm thinking red, just because obviously it's maybe like a bright, colourful parrot. But obviously it's not a parrot; it's a squig, I think, aren't they? The little things. It might have a better name than just squig. I'm not too sure. Right, let's just move the camera because I seem to be. There we go. Yes, because this is where I'm sort of holding it more, so at least this way it's in the middle a bit better. But yeah, so I'm really pleased how he's coming out. So I'm really liking, I didn't think I'd like it that much, but the battleship grey that I used for the skin colour, yeah, I think it's just right. So it's not bright blue, it's not like a wishy-washy blue, it's just, I don't know, come out a perfect blue. Really cool. Andre, I still haven't any speed paints. Now that I have some experience with them, which would I recommend to buy first? Oh wow, that's kind of quite tough. So this is where I think what I should do every time I use a speed paint is write down my faults on each and every one, because as I say, in general, most of the speed paints, they live up to their name, they work really well. You get those 3 different tones of like the dark bits in the nooks and crannies, the sort of normal tone on the flat areas, and then the highlighted tone. But there are a couple that don't quite give you that much. But I can't remember which ones they are, to be honest. I think it's because I've started using the same sort of paints over and again, possibly without even realising, just because I know they work well. So it's like the browns I've used, they've always worked really well, so I love them. So I hadn't used that green before, but as far as it tone-wise goes, yeah, there's like obviously it's a nice dark green where there's still bits of black, the primer, and when I've dry brushed the grey and white, that gives it a nice sort of tone. So that green hasn't come out too bad. The red I'm going to use, Slaughter Red. So this is one that I use, and I've always loved Slaughter Red as a red. It's always gone on really, really well. So yeah, I would say out of like all the paints that I've got with Army Painter, there's probably only a few that were a bit and I don't use them. But offhand I can't think which ones they were. So in regards to which ones to buy, well, I'll buy whichever ones colours you think you're going to use the most, really, I guess. Yeah, doesn't really help you in any way, does it, I suppose? But say, in general, most of their paints do seem to work reasonably well. Just realised that little bit that I stuck on the side, because where I chopped his leg off, his leg was attached to like the foot plate. So when I chopped his leg off, obviously the foot plate went with it. So I put a bit of board, which is obviously this board, So I think I will paint that brown and possibly the strap. Or was I going to do a different colour? Well, for the bit of wood, I'm definitely going to do the same colour as we've got there, which I think was the hardened leather. And I might do this for the strap, his belt buckle perhaps. But say I am toying with the idea of doing his pants in a stripy colour. Oh, pardon me. Like a sort of the old blue and white stripes, just as that does sort of conjure up in my head the look of pirate pants. So that could be what I'll be doing. Patrick, hello from Sweden. Hello from the UK. I hope you're well. Well and happy, and obviously it's the weekend. Well, depending on where you are, obviously, it's where I was like this. Well, I say the weekend. Obviously, it's Friday, but it's like Friday is part of the weekend now, isn't it? Really. Yeah, so I might as well do the strap with this brown, I think. Again, we'll just film it. So I always film lots. It doesn't always stay in the final edit, but like anything, you're better off having it and not using it than wanting it and not having it. Cool. So a bit of my biscuit. Cool. There's a little rucksack thing on the back. I think we'll do that. Should we do that in this brown? Oh, we'll do a different brown, I think, for the rucksack, just to vary it up a little bit. Right, which brown to go for? I'm going to say it's nice having a bit of a choice. And I think we're going to go for a ruddy fur, apparently, is what this one is called. Well, I just thought I should have done that a bit in the same brown, but we'll come back to that in a second. So just checking a quick look at some messages here. Cool. Andre can't have biscuits, need to lose weight for surgery. Oh no. Well, after last time I did the live stream, I got really hungry at the end. So this time I made sure I had something to eat before I started my live stream. And I got some biscuits just in case I get the little munchies. Well, I hope everything goes well with the surgery when you do get to have it. Yes, I think all the browns I've ever used all seem to be good. So I think the only colours that I've possibly had or used that I didn't really think much of, definitely the skin sort of colours, peachy flesh. Just because they seem quite dark, the skin colours. So generally the skin colours with the paints, the speed paints I've used, you do really need to use some sort of normal, like sort of skin colour to do like highlighting over it, because otherwise the skin can look quite dark. Right, I think we'll do the steering wheel in this colour. I keep calling it steering wheel. What's it really called? Ship's wheel or something? Is it a wheel? I'm not sure. You know what I mean though. This thing on his back. Oh, just nudge the camera. Oh, nudge the light. This is the only problem. There's so many things on my desk. It's kind of quite difficult not to nudge something accidentally. Right, let's go up like that. And we'll record and we'll show that I'm using a paint called Ruddy Fur. There you go. That's what it's going to be called. But in this case, not using it as fur, I'm using it as, well, wood. Again, that's enough of the painting. So only really need like a few seconds here and there of each colour being used, and obviously how the paint's going on. Cool. Yes, I mean, I'll paint the other little foot thing he's got on, and then we'll paint the little squig or whatever it is a nice vibrant red. GIF following on from the video, you're going to make a textured palette later. Yeah, I must admit, it's one of those things that I'd never heard of, you never know you needed. And then when people said about making one, and obviously I made one straight away because well, I like listening to you guys. If you guys have got good hints, tips and tricks, and yeah, I'll use this all the time now. So every video you see me, well, yeah, every time I paint in something, everything I paint does get primed in black and then dry brushed. So this is just awesome for doing the dry brushing. But like I said in the video, this is also awesome when you get a paint, whatever it is, so especially the Citadel ones, because obviously all the speed paints I've painted the lids so I know what they're going to look like. But all the Citadel ones, I've got loads, well, I've got loads, I've got about 20 or 30 Citadel contrast paints that I've not used. So with these, using this as just a general sort of, well, a tester to see how the paint looks over a slap chop look, yeah, it's just amazing. And I say, for using it as a dry brush to get the paint off the dry brush, to then be able to see exactly how much paint is on the dry brush, just makes, yeah, dry brushing so much simpler, so much easier, and I think it looks pretty cool. It's not a bad thing to have sort of sitting on your desk, or, well, sitting in a drawer most of the time. But yeah, I quite like how the things come out. Right, so we're going to do the little squiggy what's it thingy in red. Just because I had my last little squig I did was red and he came out quite cool. Oh. Rightio. As usual, going to film it. It might stay in, it might not, or you'd literally see like 2 seconds of the thing being painted. Just checking what bits of him are going to get painted. Yeah, pretty much all of it. There's some sort of little a little metal thing going on. I'm not too sure what that is. But, yeah. Right, there we go. Yeah, so obviously this little squig is my pirate equivalent of a parrot. But I just think he's pretty cool looking. Right, I don't think there's anything else read about him. Let's see, his hat's going to be kind of black with a gold rim, I guess. I quite like the idea of these little bits being orange, just because, well, orange is my favourite colour, so I can try and get that in somewhere. Oh, there's a bit of copper on his tummy there I missed. And say, I think trousers will have a go. Yeah, I think we'll have a go at the old white with blue what's-its, but I'm just wondering if I should do like a normal sort of white. Or I could just paint them with a blue. Yeah, if I paint them with speed paint blue first, and then do like a normal white paint over the top, I think would probably work best there. Yeah, let's do those few little copper bits first, just so I don't forget about them. Go for it, painting. Hello to you, hope you're well. As I say, he's coming on quite nicely, got a reasonable amount done. Still a few more bits to do, and then that'll be like the end of the speed painting bit, and then it'll be a case of going over and doing sort of highlights and bits and pieces. But yeah, there's a couple of copper bits I kind of missed, so I think I'm going to do them first. On the little stand the Squig's on, I missed a few bits. Oh, on his tummy, wasn't it? His tummy has got a bit I want to do as well. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, so the old bronze seemed like quite a good one. So it's just snowy. Hello, I want to say I love this new style of painting, and you're going to be buying into some of the models. Cool. Yeah, so it's just a lovely little hobby as well. It's fun to paint. I say it's the enjoyment of painting, and then the enjoyment of looking at what you've sort of painted after. Plus, I do like, say, kit bashing. I like obviously making the miniatures up anyway, but yeah, doing a little bit of kit bashing, changing a few things, making it your own sort of theme. And I say, with anything that I make that I don't actually play with, I'll make bases for. I do like making bases, but say I like clear bases on the things I'm using though, just so you can see the floor underneath. So it was this little thing that the parroty looking what's it is sitting on. I thought there was something else I missed, but I can't think or remember what it was. Oh, his little headgear, we'll do that in copper. Yeah, just because everything else is copper. So although his sword, should his sword be made of copper as well, just because everything else is? Well, I was saying that I think his sword would look better if it was made of sort of bone, so I might actually paint that bone colour. Yeah, that can be bone colour. Right, was there anything else I missed? Let's do the edge of this. Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, I was going to do that brown little bit on there, just so I don't forget, because clearly I have a couple of times. And it was hardened leather. Cool. Yeah, so I'm going to paint his pants in a blue using the speed paint, and then I'm going to sort of have a go at freehanding over the top with white just to make the well, the stripes. Just to say, I think pirates should have blue and white striped pants. Just seems the right way to go. Big question, blue. Do I go with dark blue or a light blue? I don't know. Obviously, the dark blue would have more of a sort of a contrast or difference with look. So I've got High Lord blue, which is a nice dark one. Oh, you guys can decide because I'm not too sure. Oh, so I had a bad neck for the past week, and every now and then it just sort of locks up. So yeah, his pants. I'm going to paint them. Oh, sorry guys, my neck's just as stiff as anything. Yeah, so his pants, they're going to be painted blue, and then they're going to have a white stripe. So which one should I go for? I've got, yeah, you can see there's a bit of a difference on the screen. We've got High Lord blue, which is the darker looking one, or Tidal Wave is the lighter looking one. So I'll let you guys decide, but it's going to be one of these colours. I'm going to paint the whole of his trousers, and then once it's all dried, then I'm going to have a go at doing some sort of thin-ish white stripes. So High Lord blue is the dark one, Tidal Wave is the lighter one. We'll have a little look, see what you guys say, while I struggle with my neck and have a bit of biscuit. Coal black, the dark blue would contrast more. Oh, with the shark as well, yeah. Oh yeah. Well, this blue is a lot dark. Say, the shark is done with Battleship Grey, which is a very light colour. So it's definitely more like a dark blue, or even like a medium blue, rather than a light blue, really, I guess. Yeah, so dark blue seems to be the way we're going, I think, isn't it? Oh no, Paint Hand Dan has come in with a Tidal Wave. Never seen that one yet. Yeah, I might not have used this one. This one does feel pretty full. I know the High Lord blue I've used before. I've used that on Space Marines. That's quite a good one for Space Marines, the High Lord blue. Yeah, the Tidal Wave one, I don't think I've used it because the pot feels very full. So maybe it hasn't been used yet. So medium, maybe I should go for the one I've not used. So yeah, I think now they're both a bit even between you guys. So guys, a couple more seconds. Which one do you think I should go for? The darker blue or the medium blue? So you've got High Lord blue is the dark one, and Tidal Wave being the lighter one. So this is where unfortunately the webcam probably isn't picking up them up as well as they actually look. There is, I mean, you can see there is difference, but there is quite a bit of difference between the two, really. High Lord blue, orcs wear jeans. Dark, it becomes a bit monochrome otherwise. Possibly. As I say, that's what the difference between the blue and the white. Having a darker blue would make it look more different. I think now you guys will just keep making it even, don't you? Is it 4-2? Is it for the darker blue, I'm guessing? I think we're going to go darker blue. Yeah, because the actual big squig, he's going to have a grey on top, so he's not really going to look like any of these blues. So I know the High Lord blue is definitely more Space Marine in looks. Alternating High Lord, white, and then Tidal Wave. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm thinking the dark one then. As it, I don't go. Electipunk has said dark, so that's kind of helped rule it to that favour. So we're going to go dark. So we'll give it a bit of a shaking. Give him red instead. Yeah, it could be. Could be. Well, saying that, I'd consider doing orange because I love orange. But for some reason, I just think blue and white pirates. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm going to say I'm going to add a bit of orange on his hat. That's got those little little bits to it. So we'll give that the orange. And yeah, so his sword is going to be made like a bone. So whatever I do is this dude's teeth, we'll do that as well. Dark grey would look cool for pants. Yeah. Although say the top of the squig thing is going to have like a, well, it's kind of like a grey. Well, that is a grey. It's runic grey, but it's kind of like almost a blue grey. So that should look quite good. Oh, pardon me, quite cool. Oh, so now you guys are saying orange. See, I love orange, but I don't know. Should I do orange? Man, see, now you got me doubting myself because I do like orange. And I guess the orange would stand out a lot more against like the whole look of obviously the squig, the bluey green orc. Yeah, go on then. Let's go orange. I'm easily swayed to a colour that I like. So orange it is. I think this one, good old fire giant orange. Is there more in the other one? Yeah, the other one's got a fuller bottle. Because I think that the other one might be in the 1.0 and this might be the 2.0. Not sure, but yeah. So there we go. Blue out the window, orange is in. This is why a 2-hour mini turned into 5 chat. Well, it is. It's how long have I been going for? Yes, I've been going for 2.5 hours. Yeah, this would have been fully painted, as in all the speed paints would have been done, all the highlights would have been done, any edging would have been done. I'd have used the old verdigris on the copper to give it that sort of patina look, so that would have been done. I've also got the moss looking thingy from Dirty Down even. Dirty Dry? I don't know. Dirty Down. So that would have been used on the floor and maybe around the barrel just to give that sort of like the greeny sort of mossy look. Yeah, it would have been all done in 2.5 hours quite easily. But sometimes where's the fun in that? It is fun to sort of paint with other people, even though obviously if you are painting, I can't see what you're painting. But by all means let me know in the comments what you're painting, because yeah, it would be nice to do like a little painting session. So I did actually do one down at Chaos Cards. When I went down to Chaos Cards in Folkestone, did a little painting session down there with a few people, and it was really nice just sitting around a table painting and chatting, and it's something I've never done before, and yeah, really enjoyed it. So I don't know, do any of you guys like sit with your mates and paint, or are you like me, Billy No mates, sit in a room on your own painting? Well, not quite Billy No mates, got a few mates, but they're not really into painting. Well, I don't think so anyway. Oh, let's film. If we're going to do some different colour here, let's do a bit of filming. And no doubt when I come to edit this, I will say something along the lines of I was going to paint it blue and white, and then got into a chat on the live stream, and I was easily persuaded to go orange because I just love orange. Again, we'll show on the screen, even though I'm going to try and like put up little swatches of whatever colour I'm using on the screen. Yes, I do like orange. It's good to get orange in it. Right, there we go. That's enough of the filming. And I'm glad we're doing it orange. Toast, you're teaching your friend to paint tomorrow. Oh, awesome. Teacher's an exaggeration, but he'll be painting his first ever. Oh, nice. Are you doing this good old technique for your painting? Yeah, you dry brushing the good old grey and white and all the rest of it, and then using speed paints. So this has definitely got to be a great way to get new people into painting, is doing this technique, because they're going to get some decent results with their first minis, which, yeah, obviously then gives you more confidence to paint more minis. And I say it is that case of enjoying it more than anything else. You want to make sure you're enjoying what you're doing. Because do any of you guys obviously get the Warhammer miniatures but don't play any Warhammer games? So you purely are in it for, well, collecting miniatures and painting them. Maybe making dioramas or little displays. I say it's only recently I've got into actually playing the game. Well, Kill Team anyway. So I love playing the Kill Team though. Right, there we go. And so we're going to do these little bits that are coming off of his hat. They can be orange as well. And then yeah, his hat's going to be black with a gold trim, I think. Oh yeah, maybe I should have made him a beard. Could have made him into Blackbeard or something. Oh well. Cool. It's like paint hand down, don't know how to play, just paint them. Yeah, so that's how I started off, was just, yeah. But say then I saw the Kill Team. So the Warhammer 40k, the actual game itself, it just seems, well, obviously there's a lot involved in it to obviously build up a big army, then know how the army works and how it can work together, then knowing your opponent and how obviously best to beat them. And they just seemed like a lot to learn. And then when I watched a few of the games, it seemed very much like one person would do all their bits, and then so the other person almost had to wait, and then the other person did their bits, and then so on. And it just seemed like there's quite a bit of waiting around. And that's the one thing I love about Kill Team. If it's not your, obviously you take it in terms of moving just one figure. If it's not your go to move your figure, then you're possibly reacting to the other person if they attack you. So yeah, you're kind of involved all the time. Obviously it's a much faster game. So my mate comes around normally Tuesday, and we have a game, and typically the game lasts hour and a half. Yeah, between an hour and a half and 2 hours is kind of like the typical game. And yeah, it's just all action all the time, and yeah, just love it. I'm going to chuck a little bit of yellow in the dude's eye, just because I think he needs a bit of colour in there. Andre only paint the things, yeah, and D&D stuff. Yeah, I've not painted any D&D stuff for ages. I mean, so obviously I stopped playing. I did play for a while, but then it kind of got to a stage where the group was having problems always getting together, and that's why I went to the Kill Team. Just the Kill Team's obviously so much easier just to pick up, play one game, and then you're done. But so I do love D&D though. Carl, I'm supposed to know how my army works. Well, that explains a lot. So that's why I love the Kill Teams though. You can buy a box to get a Kill Team in, or you can buy, say, a couple of boxes if you want to do a bit more kit bashing and all the fun stuff. So to get a team is a lot cheaper, obviously. But in fact, you can try a team out and then go and buy another box set, build another team, give them a go. So I think I've got about 11 Kill Teams. A few of them are kind of duplicates, as in, what's the team I've got? I've got one, Void Dancers. I've got 3 different sort of variations of Kill Team for them. Just because I want to make an Orc Kill Team from them. and others. But yeah, I love kill teams are just so much fun to sort of buy, build, make, and yeah, it's not going to cost you like hundreds and hundreds of pounds as it does when you build like a big like 1,000-point army. You need a lot of miniatures and obviously a whole lot of painting, which obviously isn't that bad now because I like painting. So yeah. Andrew Davies, hello, hope you're well. Mr. Birdie, there is some interaction, but it is very much used to be you go, I go. Yeah, Michael Bosch, yeah, exactly. Kill Team's great, nice way to try out new armies, play styles. So that's the reason, again, for me, obviously making lots of different kill teams. Obviously, one, it means I get to buy more miniatures or get more miniatures and make a whole variety of different looking ones. But I think it also helps to play the game if you've played as all the kill teams, because then you'll know their strengths, you'll know their weaknesses, and then that makes it a lot easier playing against a team if you know more about them. Whereas I think the big old sort of Army Warhammer 40k, it's going to take a whole lot just to work out what your team can do, let alone looking at what the other person's team can do as well. And I say my memory just couldn't handle all that information. I would just forget stuff left, right and centre. I mean, as it is with the kill teams, my preferred kill teams are the smaller sort of 6-man teams, because my first kill team that I made was the Orc Commandos, but pretty much every one of their sort of operatives has different abilities, which is all well and good, but if you've got a memory like mine, you can't always remember which one does what, or you'll move one and then you'll forget that it's short range, so you move it to think, oh yeah, I can shoot someone. But then you get the old measuring bit out and it's like, oh no, I'm nowhere near, I can't shoot. Did that wrong. So yes, I do prefer the 6-man teams. Although I have played as the Custodes or Custodies. Again, never too sure how to say them. But yeah, the big chunky ones, there's only 4 of them, but they are just built like tanks. Yeah, I don't think my mate liked it when I played with them because they save on low dice, they hit on low dice. So basically, I think every time you rolled a dice, as long as you got anything but 1, you would hit or you'd save. Which yeah, just made them very tanky, hard to kill, and yet they did a lot of damage. But you only get 4. But yeah, I did enjoy playing the Custodes. Let's just get a bit more drink going here, get a bit thirsty. Alright, so was it 7:45? Yeah, I'm kind of thinking maybe 9ish, if I'm not done by 9, which I probably won't be, I wouldn't have thought. Might be. About 9ish I think I might call it, but we'll see how it goes. So I've got my drink, I've got my biscuits. I can keep seeing me going. Oh, pardon me. So Barry would love to see you paint a dreadnought with slapchop. No one tried it on a video yet. A dreadnought, are they quite big? I've heard of it, but I can't think what it is. Yes, obviously, again, for me, trying things out, cost does come into it. I do get quite a few miniatures sent to me, which is really, really nice. But yeah, if anyone wants to send me a dreadnought, I'll happily paint it. I'm going to be painting the Sentinel soon. So obviously I'm kind of thinking this dude's not as big as a dreadnought, because I say I can't think what a dreadnought is. But this obviously does have quite a lot of flat panels. But with this, I say obviously it's been primed in black, dry brushed, grey and white. I'm going to dry brush it with silver. Not sure what colour I'm going to paint this. It's probably going to be maybe a green or a grey. Not too sure. But then this is going to be turned into a rust bucket. This is going to have a lot of old dirty down rust on it. Just because I want it to really look like a rust bucket. But yeah, so the dreadnought, I'm not too sure. I can't think what that is. Can you bring the pants closer so we can see how the orange came out? I can indeed. Right, it's better though if I actually zoom in. If I find out where's the button gone? Bosh. Although, to be honest, yeah, it's kind of come out quite brown looking. I mean, it is orange-ish, but I think it's kind of possibly a bit brown. What I might do is, once it's dried, go over and do highlights with a brighter orange. Yeah, I've got a nice bright orange here. If I can get it. Yeah, so what I might do is, once it's dried, go over with this fire orange, which is well and truly out of focus. So let's try and sort that out. Oh, that's going the wrong way. So it's alright paint. I've got like a slider. But it's a very small slider and it doesn't take much for it to sort of whiz. Yeah, so I've got this prismatic paint, D&D ones, orange fire. This is obviously orange. So what I might do is, once it's dried, because it doesn't look too bad, but it is quite browny in the orange. So yeah, I might go and do some highlights with an orange, just to make it more vibrant. And then once that's all dried, then do some freehand white stripes if I can. Yeah, we'll give it a go. But so I think he does need, whatever happens, he needs stripy pants. He's a pirate. Yeah. Yeah, definitely once it's dried, I'm going to give it a coat of a vibrant orange. Let's just zoom back out. Right, so what colour was I going to go for next? Oh, he's got a boot, so I think we'll do that black. Yeah, we'll do that black. Parts of the gun we'll do black. And I might also do his belt black. Not too sure what to do the colour for the seat. And I'm almost inclined to do some sort of purple or something, just because I don't really want to do the seat brown, just because there's too many sort of browny colours looking. Because obviously with the copper, the brown, the orange pants, there's a lot of that colour going on. So I reckon maybe a light, oh, maybe even a light pink or a light purple for the seat, just to make it stand out. Yeah, so there's still going to be stripes on the pants there, Carl. Yeah. And I think the tentacles, I'm thinking about doing a purple for them, just because or maybe light pink. I'm thinking, just because I want them to stand out quite well against the floor, and so the fact that he's got one in his mouth, I want that to sort of stand out. So we might do that a light pink. We're going to do the black first for his one boot, say, because he's lost the other leg. So yeah, boot and belt. Oh, a bit of the gun. Oh, and his hat. There we go. Yes, the black always seems to come out nice. I quite like the black. So what do you guys normally listen to when you're painting, as in music sort of wise? I've currently got absolute 80s going on in my head, which I kind of love. Michael, what's my favourite faction? Let me give you a clue. I love orcs. I think orcs are just amazing. I love orcs probably first, then I guess I kind of like space marines, just because they're just big and chunky, especially the ones that obviously can wear or have shields and swords as well as guns. I kind of like that. But yeah, orcs are my favourite sort of my favourite figures, just because they don't take themselves too seriously. You can paint them in really strong vibrant colours and they just look awesome because they're orcs and they don't take themselves seriously. When it comes to like kit bashing vehicles or terrain or anything to do with orcs, almost the worse you make it, the better it looks for orcs, because they are like the kit bash scratch building kings. So yeah, I just love orcs. Everything about orcs I love. I think they're just cool. I don't take life too seriously at all, and these just seem very much up my street. Kindred folk, if that's the right word. I have made him a little eye patch out of some of that sort of stuff that I forgot the name of, like green stuff. So he's got a little patch. And we'll just do the other side as well. Almighty 377, you love the channel, cheers buddy. And Slapchop, have you had paint cracking issue with the speed paint? I recently seen a review video sparking on this issue. Oh, okay. No, I don't think I've noticed any cracking. Well, funny enough, I put a picture of something I painted on one of the Facebook sort of Warhammer groups, and someone put a comment on there, something to do about the cracking. But the problem is, it wasn't cracking. I think it was me when I'd done some stippling. Because I mentioned something about the tusks. And it's like, well, the tusks didn't have any cracking. I did some stippling effects on the tusk, and maybe they saw that and thought that was cracking. I'm not sure. But no, I've not noticed any cracking. No. Do they say why there's cracking? Are they painting speed paints on top of other paints, as opposed to just putting it straight on a primer, or putting other paints on top of speed paint and that's causing the cracking? I'm not too sure. But yeah, no, I've not had any problems or noticed any cracking. You watch, I'm going to go and look at all my miniatures now and go, oh yeah, that's cracking, that's cracking. Oh, pardon me. Powell, I wanted to ask, what mini is this? This is this old Mozrog Skragbad. Again, a reason to love orcs. The weirdest, wackiest, funniest names going, and it's like they're vehicles. Was it a snazwagon or snozwagon, boombaster, something or other? Again, I remember, like I said, I can't remember. All I know is orcs have the greatest names going. So it's basically this. I've done a little bit of kit bashing, as in I've taken an orc with a pirate hat, put that in there, given him more of a pirate looking sword, chopped off a leg to give him a peg leg, obviously because he's a pirate, and I've stuck a little squig on his shoulder to look like a parrot, because obviously he's a pirate. And obviously I made the base to look like it's piratey. So the base, parts of the base were 3D printed. So I printed out these like strips of like floor planks, 3D printed the barrel. Oh, and I 3D printed the keep calling it a steering wheel. It's not a steering wheel, is it? What's it called? I Yeah, brain's gone dead. I can't think what it's called on the boat. Steering wheel. It's not a steering wheel. Big wheel. I don't know. The wheel that makes it go left and right. So yeah, so them bits were 3D printed. Everything else is kit bashed. The little barnacles were made out of like that hardening clay. I mean, basically they were just like little balls. You squish a hole in, and then like make some lines in it. Again, the video showed me making the base and everything else, putting it together, cutting him up, kit bashing. That'll all be in the video when it gets released. So it might be tomorrow. It all depends. If I get this fully finished tonight, then tomorrow morning I would edit the video and it would be up tomorrow. If I don't get this finished tonight and I'm still painting it, then I would probably finish painting it tomorrow, and then the video would be up the day after. So yeah, regards to this miniature was sent to me. I have mentioned it earlier on, but I'll mention it again now for anyone new. This was sent to me by B Computers. They're in the UK. Again, I don't know if they ship worldwide. You'd have to have a little look. But the website is a link down below. They kindly sent me this for free. They sell a whole wide variety of Warhammer stuff and other bits and pieces. But I know obviously you guys are mostly here for Warhammer stuff because that's kind of what I do. But yeah, go check them out. B Computers in the UK. And what was I going to paint next? I think that was it, wasn't it? What did I paint? Oh yeah, painted the one boot, his belt, the gun. That's what I was going to paint in black. Mr. Birdie, what 3D printer have I got? I've got a few. Again, this is where I've said it quite a few times. I am very fortunate with this channel. So I started this. I started this channel during the second lockdown, purely as a way to keep busy and to stop going mad. But obviously the channel's grown, so I do now get sent stuff for free. And in return for them sending it to me, I obviously use it in the video and I just mention it and talk about it. Everything I get sent, the review I give on it is my honest review. I don't get paid to say anything. Well, most of the times I don't get paid, but I get free stuff, so it's still good. But yeah, so 3D printers I have got. I've had the Elegoo Mars 2 and 3. Now I've got an Elegoo Mars Pro. Anycubic, I've had their Photon Mono X. I've had the M3. What's the other ones I've got? I've got two others over there. I've got their. Oh yeah, guys, there's a new video that I did only a few days ago, I think, with the Anycubic Photon. Is it Photon 2? It's a small printer. It's incredibly light. In the video, you'll see I can hold it with one hand. It's almost like there's nothing in there. It's that light, but it works really, really well. Very budget friendly. I think I saw somewhere it's about $150 for a 3D printer, 4K. So I did a video within the last week or so where I used it. Print came out perfectly. And yeah, it's a small 4K, cheap, awesome printer. Again, I don't get paid to say stuff. I'm saying Anycubic send me 3D printers, Elegoo send me printers. I'm going to be getting a frozen printer soon, and there was another company that's going to send me a printer. I can't remember who it was, but again, whatever I get sent, whether they sponsor the video and like say pay for the video, or just send me a 3D printer. If it's good, I'd say it's good. If it's not, then I'll say it's bad. Although to be honest, I don't think I've ever had a bad resin printer. The other ones, the filament ones, I can't stand them. I have so many problems with those printers. Say the last one I got from Anycubic, literally with getting it out of the box to printing, 10 minutes. You get it out of the box. The only thing you need to do is put on the plate and level it, and that takes 30 seconds, and it does it itself. So it's not like you've got to do anything. It levels the plate. You just tighten up 4 little bolts, and then you're printing. Whereas the filament printers, I've had a few of them. They turned up, and there's a few bits you got to screw together. It's not difficult, but it takes a while to screw the arm on, this other bit on, the actual screen. Some of them screens you got to screw them on. Lots of connections you put in. So typically they can take 20 minutes, half hour to set up. Then you've got to level the bed. And there was one printer that someone sent me. I can't remember which one it was. No, I can't remember which printer. But they sent me the printer for me to do a video with it. I had so many issues getting this thing leveled. Then I had issues with the filament coming out, not adhering to the bed. Watched loads of videos, tried loads of combinations. And after about a week or two of me messing about, I had to say to them, I couldn't get on with it. And yeah, I didn't do a video with it. Because I just couldn't get this thing to work. But yeah, resin printers. I've never had an issue with a resin printer. Sometimes have, obviously, failures in the print. 9 times out of... well, no, I'd say 10 times out of 10. That's due to the supports. Which is why you'll always hear me saying how much I like the professional people who make miniatures or sculpt them, because they get professional supports done. And if you get a miniature with professional supports, I don't think you'd ever get a failure, just because they're made to print well. So yeah, right, I've been waffling on about printers for a while now. Yeah, good old short answer turns into well, a 3-hour episode, I think. How do I cope with the chemicals and fumes from resin printers? I'm fortunate that where I have my printer, I have 3 big windows all around it, so I have all the windows open when I'm printing. Although the Elegoo printer I've just got, that's got a filter thingy in it, so that kind of like sucks up some of the smells. Yeah, this is where I would love to have a studio, because I've got a lot of printers, but I only ever have one out at a time because all the rest are in cupboards because I've got no room. But I would love to have like a dedicated sort of warehouse. Oh, the earbuds just finished, so let's... Right, where's the music? So turn that off. Oh no, I've got no music now though, so it's going to be really quiet for me, and obviously I'm just hearing my own voice. Right, let's put that and that in there. Yes, again, I would love to have like a proper studio and have all the printers out and have like proper extraction fans and all sorts going on. But as it is, yeah, I'm in my own little place. I generally just have one printer at a time going, and yeah, there's windows all around it. But yeah, so that obviously is the only downside to a resin one. Obviously the filament ones don't obviously give off a smell, or if it is, it's like a bit of burning plastic, which isn't much of a smell. But yeah, I would like to have a proper studio. Mana, hello, how are you? I hope you are well. Oh yeah, you're just saying filament extruders. As I say, I think I've had 4 filament printers. 3 of them I got to work. But then again, I don't use them because they take obviously a lot longer to print, and obviously the quality of the print isn't as good, especially because obviously I do miniatures. If you're printing terrain pieces off or large pieces off, then yeah, it's not too bad. But trying to print off miniatures, the filament ones aren't really... I mean, obviously they're getting, like everything, they're getting better all the time. But yeah, I've just never really got on with them. And say the fact that they take a lot longer to print. I mean, some of their prints can be like 3 days, 4 days to print something, which is just nuts. Whereas a good old resin printer, most things that I print are typically between 1 and 4 hours. I think I've only had a couple of things that have been 7 hours, and that's because I've turned something the long way round just so I could print off loads of things at once. So yeah, it's a 7-hour print, but I'm printing a lot of stuff in that 7 hours, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, Mr. Birdie, have a go at printing. I say the other thing is, well, when I'm printing, I use default settings. I know you can go in, you can tweak things here and there, and also when you get the 3D printer, on the USB is like a test practice thing to print off. I never print them things off. I just set the printers up and I go straight in and print miniatures out. And say, yeah, don't generally have any any problems or any issues. So yeah, get printing stuff. Mike, you've had the same issues with FTM. Yeah, say for terrain pieces and like say just generally bigger pieces, then yeah, they'd be awesome. But I just don't get onto them. And again, say because I can literally only have one thing out at a time. I say so. I mean, I've got. Again, I'm not trying to boast in any way, guys. So I really am very grateful for this channel and the fact that people do send me 3D printers. I must have about 8 3D printers, and I did have 4 of the FDM ones, but I kind of gave them away. Well, I think a couple of them I might have actually. Yeah, one of them I threw away. The one that I couldn't get working. So yes, I am very fortunate that the company send me them. But yeah, I would definitely always go with a resin one. But say I can only ever have one out at a time, which is such a shame. Not that I generally have tons to print, because say I do print miniatures more than anything. But again, I obviously I love Warhammer popper figures, because I do love a bit of kit bashing. It's a bit of fun. What's that, Manny? You're going to get the washing up might get done faster. Yeah, so I'm going to go doing more live streams. So it's a lot easier for me to do live streams when I'm just painting miniatures. So I know in the past, whenever I've like done sort of scratch building or like big kit bashing, my desk has just been full of stuff, and they take a lot more planning to make sure I've got everything I need to build something. Whereas obviously painting for me is so much easier because all my paints are in front of me, and the fact that I love painting makes that obviously so much nicer and easier to do. Right, let's get back to obviously I've been waffling quite a bit. Oh, I'll put the black away. I forgot I was going to do his gun. Let's get the black back out. Otherwise, I won't get it done again. Car Black, so when they send them out, do they reach out to you and just like, hey, do you want to do a review? Yeah, pretty much. So honestly, when I started this channel, I had no real intentions of it. Well, I had no real intentions of any kind when I started this channel. It really was a case of I like making things. When I was younger, I loved Blue Peter and Take Heart. So yeah, I'm very much a having up making something out of nothing sort of person, and because I enjoy it, I love the whole making. So that's why this channel started. Was just as a way for me to keep busy during the so it's the second lockdown. I started the channel, but then it just kind of like grew, because obviously when I started the channel, obviously everyone was off because there was lockdowns everywhere, so everyone's at home, and what's everyone doing? Well, they're kind of watching YouTube. So yeah, so the channel grew really quick. In that first 6 months, it kind of went a bit nuts, because I think in those first 6 months, I think I got about 40,000 subscribers. And then obviously when things started settling down, people were going back to work, less people were watching, then obviously this channel kind of like just sort of plateaued out. But yeah, but then it was like a case of more companies. Again, I don't know how. I mean, they must have people that obviously watch videos and then reach out to people. And that's purely what happens is, yeah, I get emails every now and then from a company or a Kickstarter saying, we've got this, we'd like you to, we'd send you one for you to do a review of it. And it's like, yeah, okay. So say some of them pay me, they sort of send me something and pay me, which is obviously awesome. But most of the time they just send me stuff, and yeah, I get to have a little play with it, which I say is just great, because I know obviously everything is expensive, and well, we don't always have money to buy the stuff we'd like to buy. So yeah, getting stuff for free is, well, I'm never going to say no. That being said, there are the odd occasion where I reach out to people, because again, I'm a strong believer in, if you don't ask, you don't get. It's always worth asking, because they say no, then they say no, but you never know, they might say yeah. So it's like the that spray gun that I've got, which has been in a box for the last, say, 4 weeks. I reached out to a company to sort of say, I always wanted to have a go at using the spray gun. Would they be happy sending me one? And then I'd use it in some videos, and obviously every time I use it, I'd mention I got it from them. And they were like, yeah, sure. So that's great. They're like, yeah, we'll send you one. And they literally sent they sent it that quick. I think I messaged them, and literally not the next day, but the day after the next day, it turned up, and it was like, oh, this is great, but I've got no paints to use in it. So that's when I messaged another company, was Army Painter. So I've got quite a good relationship with Army Painter. As in, obviously, they send me a lot of their paints. So sometimes they sort of approach me and say, we've got this paint, do you want to use it? And sometimes I'm cheeky and I approach them and say, any chance you could send me blah 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 paint so I can have a go at using it. So that's why I say I do need to get that spray gun out, because I've had it for a good month. On the top of my head, I can't remember what company sent it to me, but yeah, obviously I will be mentioning them throughout the video. Yeah, as we all know, free stuff is awesome. Right, I think that was the only thing I was going to do. Black. Right, 8:15. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get this fully done tonight somehow. I say, because obviously I want to get all the speed paints, all the colours on, let it fully dry. I say then I'm going to have fun with the old verdigris and the moss from Dirty Down. But then putting them on, letting them dry, and then say still doing some more like highlights here and there. Obviously the Squig needs to have his second colour on top, and his mouth, I'm not too sure what I'm doing in there. I might just go over the whole, say it's obviously nice and black in there, just go over the black with a pink and then see how that looks. And and then his tongue, I'd probably add some like lighter colours on. But yeah, so sometimes when I'm painting, I've got a rough idea what I'm doing, but then half the time is when I get to whatever it is I'm doing, I'll then possibly change my mind or do something completely different. Right, I am going to do the trim of his hat gold, I think. Oh man, I haven't done the back of his hat. Got this black, keeps coming out, going in, coming out, going in. Right, let's get the back of his hat down, and hopefully then I am done with the black. Oh, there's a few bits of copper right at the very top I needed to do as well at some stage. Andre, and I thought you bought everything with the €3 that I pay you each month. Well, I think your euros, Andre, have gone for my my chocolate biscuits. So thank you very much for that, buddy. Manny, you want to start a YouTube channel, but you're nervous. Why are you nervous? What are you nervous about? So this is where I'd always say to anyone who wants to do a YouTube channel, the first reason you want to do it is because you want to do something you enjoy, as opposed to starting a YouTube channel to make money or get something. Because you really want to do something you enjoy, because the main reason YouTube channels do well is consistency, as in posting a video like once a week. So once a week I think is obviously generally a good sort of thing. So there are some YouTube channels that I follow and they post once a month, and they make a lot of views. So that's why I say this channel, I've tried doing videos every week, I've tried doing videos every other week. This month I'm trying to do a video every other day, just to sort of see what sort of reaction that does to the YouTube's algorithm, analytics and all the rest of it. But yeah, definitely without a shadow of a doubt, do a YouTube channel of something you enjoy doing, because then it won't seem like a chore. So like I do the videos, painting and editing, and I love it. I don't see any of it as a chore, because I'm doing things I love. And that should be the same with any YouTube channel you make, whether you're thinking of doing one for fun or to make money. You really want to do something that you enjoy, so it isn't like a job. And yeah, it's just a bit of fun, which this is. Right, what was I going to do next? I can't think. Oh, the gold trim, wasn't it? That's what I was going to do. Right, I need to try and. This is where having all these cameras and bits in front of me, it's a bit difficult to reach things. So yeah, the gold. So with the metallics speed paints, definitely not bad by any means. Say the copper's gone on. Oh, pardon me. And there are some dark areas and some light areas. But that's the big difference with the metallics compared to all the others. The metallics really only have like 2 shades. Even though obviously on their picture they've still got the 3 like all the rest. I've found these really have only got the 2. And that is obviously they can have a darker area in the recesses, and then on the flat areas and raised areas it's pretty much the same. But yeah. Man, you're going to show artwork and comics, but you're worried your artwork isn't as amazing. So this is where you need to just enjoy what you do and don't sort of listen to other people, which is why I say sometimes when I do post videos, 99 out of 100 comments will be really nice, really supportive, and just really nice and make you feel good. But then you get one comment, it hasn't even got to be a nasty comment, it can just be a little bit of a negative comment, and for me it brings me really down, because I'm not a negative person in any way. I'm very much, my glass is half full, silver lining I see in everything, and yes, I'm not into negativity of any kind. So when I do get a comment on one of my videos, I say it's not even got to be like a big negative, but I do take things to heart. So I know what you're saying there, Manor. But yeah, maybe then you want to do one where you post the videos of all your artwork, turn the comments off, and then that way no one's going to make any comments. Although I'm sure most people would put lovely comments, because, well, most people are lovely. It's just the odd few that are, well, just negative. And then obviously you do get the trolls as well that just want to, well, start things, I guess. Right, am I doing that whole bit gold? I think so. Right, as I haven't done any filming for quite some time, let's do this. But yeah, man, I think you should start your channel. Say, do it for you though. But I'm sure people will love what you do. Because I say most people are really, really nice. And talking about really, really nice people, cheers TriStar, that's very decent of you, buddy. Now that I'm more experienced with dry brushing technique, have I considered trying full dry brush painting? Yes, I have. Yeah, Artus Opus is someone I watch quite a lot, and I love what he does. And I have seen obviously him paint a miniature fully, purely with dry brushing, and I love the way the colours just sort of like blend in. So yeah, I would like to do a full-on dry brush painting, because yeah, I love dry brushing. But yeah, cheers for the donation, buddy. That's again much appreciated, mate. You are definitely going to keep me in cookies this month. But yeah, dry brushing. So yeah, Artist Opus is, again, he's someone that I watch, and you know when you watch some people and they make something look so easy, and yet you're thinking there's no way it is that easy. Obviously slapchop, it is easy. No one cannot do this. Honestly, I can do this, anyone can do this. This really is an anybody sort of job. But yeah, some of the things that the artist does is like, oh, that looks so nice. But yeah, he's making that look a whole lot easier than it really, really is. I was like, oh no, there's 3 ways of looking at it. The glass is half full, half empty, or twice as big as it needs to be. Yeah, cool. But yeah, so I'm definitely a positive person, and yeah, negativity. Well, again, I'm one of these people. I was brought up, if you've got nothing nice to say about someone or something, you don't say anything at all. And yet other people seem to be the opposite. They want to say negative things. In fact, some people seem to find joy in being negative, which again is just really weird to me, because that's not me. Right, anyway, enough waffling, because we are all positive here, because this hobby is a lovely hobby with lots of lovely people, and we're all here to help support each other. Rightio. Let's just check everything's in shot focus. And this is where I go quiet because I'm concentrating. Here we go. TriStar, buddy. Are you a millionaire or something, mate? The loudest boos come from the cheapest seats. I like that. That is cool. Well, obviously, again, for me, the problem I've got as well is I'm an empath, so I take, my emotions can go really like all over the place. But that's why I'm a very happy chappy, because it's the simple things in life that make me happy. So yeah, it doesn't take much to make me happy. But then on the flip side of that is, the smallest of negativity, it doesn't bring me down. It just makes me wonder why people would be negative, when yeah, there's no need to it. But again, we're all different, and that's what makes the world go round, I guess. So that's kind of why I surround myself with positive people and nice people like yourselves. You're all nice, positive people. I say it really is that case of there's only a few people that are negative. Yeah, in general, everyone is really nice. So yeah, cheers again, TriStar. But yeah, say, are you a millionaire? Because you definitely have some money there, buddy, which I appreciate. Alright. Yeah, definitely need to change something with his skin. So his skin I like, but it's just, I think it's because it's not green, it's not blue, it's somewhere in between. Right, TriStar, mate. I'm loving what you're doing, but really don't, mate. Don't keep doing it. So unless you are a millionaire, yeah. Can I use that to buy a Tyrannid? I'm kind of guessing, yeah. What? Okay, there we go. TriStar. As you are being crazily generous, tell me what miniature you would like me to get and paint, and I will get that miniature and paint it, because obviously you've clearly given me enough money to buy pretty much any miniature. Well, within reason, because I'm sure Games Workshop do some really stupidly expensive. But yeah, TriStar. What sort of Tyrannid are we talking? Are we talking the new? There's a new Tyrannid, isn't there, with like wings. I must admit, Tyrannids aren't something I've really painted much. I think in fact, I think the only ones I've actually painted I 3D printed when I made like a small diorama. I don't know if I can reach it, but yeah, I made a small diorama with some Tyrannids, but they were 3D printed. But yeah, so TriStar, put it in a comment. Let me know which box set you want me to get and have a go at printing. I say preferably a boss one, because I am loving doing these sort of like the boss miniatures and putting them on bases. So I do like making bases, but again, I say it all the time, but some people have come on and gone off, whatever. When I'm playing with the miniatures, I prefer them on clear bases, so I can see the base or the terrain underneath. But when I'm doing like single bosses like this one, yeah, I love putting a base of some sort underneath. What? TriStar, mate. You know, you can just type normally. Say, I really appreciate the donations, buddy. But yeah, you can. You'll paint best what you. Oh, okay, yeah, no, cheers, buddy. Yeah, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a good old look. Say, I'm going to look, because presumably Tyrannids must have boss Tyrannids or Nids. Aren't they? They're called Nids, I think, aren't they? I would have a look and see. Well, I quite like the what the box is called. Not the battle packs. What was it? A battle box. Ah, so this is where it sucks having a bad memory. It really does. It's the box of all sorts. Have I got one? No, I haven't got one about. But is it patrol box? Is that what it's called? The patrol boxes that have like loads of the smaller figures, a few medium figures, and then they normally have like one big one. Yeah, there we go. TriStar. I'm going to have a look at the Tyrannid patrol box. Just because it'd be nice to have a variety of them that I can do some kit bashing with, but they'll also hopefully have a boss Nid or Tyrannid, whatever they're called. Yeah, no, I look forward to having a go. Say, that's not really a faction that I've looked into much. Although they are pretty cool looking, especially them sort of things with Space Marines on the old like a derelict spaceship, they would look really good. And at the start collecting, Battle Patrol, both of those. I've had a few of that. Well, I've had some of those boxes with the Orcs and the Space Marines, and they're really cool because just you get a whole variety of stuff, and again, kit bashing. Get the new patrol box, not the old one with the old gaunts. Again, don't know what gaunts are, but I'm guessing. I will have a look at the new one. There we go. Right, I'm going to write these names down. Again, honestly, when I say I've got a bad memory, do you know that game you play? I went to the shops and I brought an egg, and the next person goes, I went to the shop, I brought an egg, and then they say what they say. I can remember 3 things. It seems to be a magic number. 3 things I can remember. When I get the 4th thing, I don't just lose 1 thing, I'd end up losing 2 prior things. It's like when you're in the bar and you go up to the bar to get like a round of drinks in, unless everyone's ordering a pint of lager, I'm useless. So I normally have to get something to go with me to order a drink. Anyway, I'm going to write down these names. So what was it? Trigon. Just because later on I'm going to have a little look, and then I'm going to I'm going to buy something. So Trigon or Carnifex. There we go. And maybe have a look at the Tyranid patrol box, the new one. No, cheers, TriStar. Say it's much appreciated, mate, with the donations. That really is far more generous than you should be. I'm going to get some Tyranids and we'll have a go at seeing how I can paint them up. Cool. Right, so the gold was done. Right, I think I'm going to do the bone colour. Say his sword, I'm going to do bone, and obviously the teeth and claws. Then I've got the squid bits coming out. They're going to be like a pink or a purple, perhaps. So the chances are, guys, this isn't going to be finished tonight. I'm not really that surprised. I was kind of optimistic when I said I'd get the whole thing done in a live stream. But again, say if I was doing this just sort of sitting here on my own, watching Netflix or whatever else, I probably would have painted this dude. It would have been under 2 hours, probably about an hour-ish, maybe a bit under, because there's not really a lot of colours. An hour-ish to get the speed paints on him, and then another hour, maybe under, to do highlighting and the patina and the moss effect. So definitely say under 2 hours you can do most miniatures with this technique. But as you guys know, when I'm doing live streams, I talk and waffle and I get distracted quite easily. TriStar, you enjoy my approach to the hobby and a community. Well, again, as I was saying, I don't want to harp on about negativity people, but generally this hobby, it does have the most upbeat, nice, genuine people. And I love the fact that everyone's willing to share what they know. I mean, I'm sharing what I've learned from other people, so I'm almost just regurgitating stuff. Sounds a bit weird. So I'm watching sort of what I would call the professional painters, and then I'm almost like dumbing it down to an easier level for us other people. But I enjoy the painting. I love the painting. I love the end result, and it's like kit bashing and making little bases. I do enjoy making little bases. I mean, it's only a simple little thing, and making like little dioramas. Have you guys seen? Let's go and get. I'll show you the Tyranids actually, because the Tyranids are one of the dioramas. So this is kind of how I started this channel, was for me to make more dioramas than anything else. But again, when I first started, the not liking painting miniatures kind of obviously put me off doing that, so I didn't really do it. But now I'm loving painting miniatures. Obviously miniatures are taking effect. So this one's obviously got the Tyranids, but these are 3D printed ones. Where's the light switch? Does it still work? Oh, kind of, but doesn't really light up a whole lot. So the old custodes, I just love them. They're big chunky dudes. So yeah, so all these tunics were 3D printed. But yes, it'd be nice to actually get some proper ones. I say definitely boss ones. But yeah, this is the kind of thing that I was going to try and make more of. It was just like little dioramas. This is obviously the one that I made of, well, the Dead Space Marine. But this is a made-up Dead Space Marine, as opposed to a, well, proper bought one. Let's just see if I can zoom in a little bit. Again, the focus on this thing is a bit pants. I'm not too sure why. That's going the wrong way. Oh. So yeah, it's a real fine line between getting it. Yeah, so I enjoyed sort of making this sort of thing. Again, it should light up. Yeah, this is why I need to get stronger lights, because obviously it's got like little fairy tea lights in these. But I really need to get like, well, stronger lights, because again, these are the kind of things that I'd like to make and then possibly sell on eBay. Again, just another way of me helping sort of fund the channel and, well, be able to buy more stuff and cookies. I like cookies. Right. I will keep it zoomed in for a little bit so you can see nice how he's getting on. How many armies do I currently have? I have, army-wise, I have no armies. I have some kill teams. I've got about 11 different kill teams. But say 3 of them are void dancers. They're just different, obviously, variations. As in, I've got an orc void dancer troop, and yeah, a few others. But yeah, no, actual probably sort of armies. Yeah, none. It's purely kill teams I've got. But TriStar, cheers, buddy. Thank you for becoming a MH member. That's very much appreciated. Always loved how I make orc terrain and the sprue bits, Marylands, but yeah, see, I don't have my biscuits now because I've gone vegan. I've got bourbon creams, which are really nice, and the good thing with these is they are vegan friendly because it's obviously a dark chocolate in there, but lovely and, well, lovely and sweet. Oh man, yeah, you missed earlier. I showed everyone my pride and joy. So this is the one thing I've built that's stayed with me on my desk, well, since I built it, just because it's the best thing. It's the best thing I think I've ever built. Oh, I need to zoom back out because obviously this thing takes up a lot of room. And yeah, that's my mighty sprue burger. So this thing, it's solid, but it's hollow. There's a video out, guys. You want to see how I made this? There's a video out. So all of this is made from sprue. Well, yeah, it's all made from sprue. But yeah, so it's like hollow inside. There's a framework in there, and then sprue goo gets put over the top. And then obviously we make the sprue goo into, well, looking like cheese and a burger, and obviously all the bits that go on it. So this thing's about 2 years old. It's covered a bit of dust. Some of the paint's sort of started coming off. But yeah, this was all made out of sprues when I used to make a lot of videos, well, with things out of sprues, because again, this is when I didn't like painting. So yeah, I didn't do any miniatures when I made this. This was during the era of the Lonely Orc, my one orc that I had for about a year or so, because he was the only orc I painted and he looked pants. Unfortunately, I seem to have lost him in my move, which is a real shame because I'd have loved to see how he looked. But then more importantly, I'd have taken pictures and videos of it and then stripped him back and then repainted him slapchop style and did the old like comparison. And I wish I could have done that, because that would have been good to again to seeing where I've come from in just how bad he looked. I say he would have taken me hours to have painted him and he would have looked absolutely pants. But hey ho, times have changed and I love painting. Right, let's go in about there. Yeah, so I'm pleased with how he's coming out. So I'm going to be doing the top of him in the darker sort of grey colour. So the grey he currently is Battleship Grey, which say really come out. Yeah, I'm really pleased with how that looks. But then the top half of him, because I want him to look more like a shark. So I want to do the top sort of strip down him with runic grey, and then some of his scales are going to get obviously touched up, highlighted, probably with a white, I guess even. But yeah, no, I'm pleased with how he's coming out. Yeah, I really like him. So again, guys, I'm going to promote myself, something rotten with this every time I make something. everything I make and paint, with the exception of Kill Team stuff that I use, will be going on my eBay site. So there could be a link down below. If there's not, I will put one there later. But the eBay link is on some of my other newer videos. So yeah, if you fancy buying something that I painted, I'm not too sure why you would, but some people seem to like buying things that I painted. Yeah, check out the eBay sort of site page. And again, if there's anything you want me to paint, so not that it's like a commission, because I don't think I'm really worthy of being commissioned. But if there's anything in particular you would like to see painted, like TriStar, I'm going to be doing some NIDs soon. Yeah, by all means let me know, because you might want to see me paint something and then you might want to buy that, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Right, I'm going to paint bone colour. That's what I'm doing. I am going to go... Ooh, which one? Let's go this one. Again, this is why I love the fact of having a good relationship with Army Painter, that they have sent me all the paints. Well, say all of them. There is a new big box, isn't there, with 90 paints. I haven't got that one, but I have got the previous one, which has got a lot of paints. So yes, I'm going to use bony matter, and I'm going to use it for the sword, because say the sword does look like it's been carved out of like a bone, which is quite cool and very fitting for a pirate. So I'm going to do that, and the teeth and barnacles. I'm not sure what colour barnacles are meant to be honest. But for some reason I'm thinking the bone colour, so I might just do that on the barnacles as well. So if nothing else, in this stream I'm definitely going to get all the speed paints on him. I say it is then just a case of going over and doing the dirty down patina sort of stuff on all the copper and the highlights and stuff. But say the chances are the video won't be out tomorrow, because I've still got quite a bit to do. But the video of this, say from start to finish, of me kit bashing him, 3D printing the bits, all the rest of it, and then obviously the bits you've seen tonight, painting him. Yeah, it should be out on Sunday. So Sunday 2 o'clock seems to be a good time for me to post stuff. Christopher, come on, your stuff looks excellent. Give yourself more credit. Cheers, buddy. Well, again, as I always say, everything's in the eye of the beholder. To me, I love how I'm painting things. I get so much joy and satisfaction from painting things. I say the process of painting I love, and how it comes out and how it looks I love. Other people might not, but yeah, I love it. I say the fact that something so simple can make you love doing it. And again, I know there's lots of people that put comments on my videos saying the slapchop's got them into painting. Rather, it's like the first time painters, or they're people that haven't painted in 10 years or more, but they're getting back into the hobby because of seeing one of my videos. And again, that little thing makes me really, really happy that someone's seen a video and they're now painting, because yeah, they've seen just how easy this is and how much fun I'm getting from it, and yeah, how good the results are. Right, let's film again, because I've not done any filming for a while. And I say it's a new colour. Right, let's put it here. So this is like the worst place for me to put it, is like right in my face, but again, it's the best position to get a good view of what's going on. Right, let's move some of these things. I've got a lot of things on my desk in the background which I don't really want, because they kind of distract. But Mana, you're with Christopher. That's very kind of you to say. I'm painting the sword first, I think. So if we have that there, you can see it, I can see it, camera can see it. Cool. But say what I'm loving now though is the fact that this has given me confidence to paint miniatures, but more than that, it's given me the confidence to try lots of other painting techniques that I've seen that I never would have tried before, just because, well, they've always looked too hard or difficult. But at least I know that if nothing else, if whatever I do or try new doesn't work, I've got this method to sort of fall back on. And again, I think that just gives me a big confidence boost in trying new stuff, just because I know I can. At worst, I could just strip down whatever it is I painted, get it back to, well, being grey, and then just priming it and starting again. And again, if you haven't seen the video I did of the Warhammer 40k chess set, again, that's something I wanted to make one of those for about 2 years, pretty much since starting this channel. I wanted to make a chess set with the Warhammer figures, obviously good old Orcs v Space Marines, and yeah, wanted to make the chess set for a couple of years. Obviously, always really excited about making the chess set, but never excited about painting all those miniatures, and that's kind of why, well, I didn't make it until earlier this year when I was slapchop frenzying. Okay, so guys, that's going to go on my eBay. Apologies to keep going about my eBay account, but I am. Yeah, so the Warhammer 40k chess set that I've made. If you haven't seen it, there's quite a few videos of me making all the pieces or painting all the pieces and then making the board. It's a nice big board. It's got lights in it, so it lights up. It's got a remote control, so you can change the colour of the lights that are underneath the board. And I say it's a full chess set with Orcs v Space Marines. That's going to go on my eBay account soon. The only problem with that is, obviously, it's quite large and quite heavy. So that would be better off with someone in the UK, or if you are anywhere else, it would be a case of the delivery, transport, whatever you want to call it, would be down to the buyer. But yeah, if you haven't seen that, go and have a look at that, guys. It's currently, the actual chess set is currently at Chaos Cards in Folkestone. So if you live anywhere, obviously South UK, yeah, you can pop down to Chaos Cards in Folkestone and you'll be able to see the chess set down there, as that's where it's currently sort of living. But yeah, I will be popping down there soon to pick it up, to bring it back so I can get lots of pictures of it to stick on eBay. Right, so yeah, definitely going to do obviously some highlighting over these teeth. These teeth are very dark, which isn't too bad a thing, I guess. Right, oh, that's saying that there's loads of little teethies here and there, so they can all be in the bone colour. So yeah, usual thing, didn't get as much done as I thought I would, but that's kind of to be expected. But I am pleased with how much I have got done, which is cool as well. Let's say, so I can get all the sort of speed paint done, so then I know tomorrow I can just have fun and do the highlights and stuff. So what's the bottom of his? We can do the handle of his blade. Looks like it's bone as well, and he's got some sort of strap going around it. So we do the strap in a different colour. Oh, some more barnacles on his side that I put. Must admit, I'm looking forward now to actually having a look at the Tyranids. So yeah, so cheers TriStar, because yeah, it's got me excited about trying some figures that I've not really sort of thought about painting before. So I'm definitely going to have a look at those bosses that I've written down. So I've forgotten the names already, which is why I'm glad I wrote the names down, because yeah, I have memory, sieve, all the rest of it. Right, so there's not really a lot. Oh, I was going to do some silver bits here and there. Oh, let's do his toes. But yeah, I'm going to do some, I don't know, pink or purple for like the squig or little octopus, whatever it's called, coming out. But yeah, I think a pink or a purple would be good there. Does he only have the 2 toes? No, I suppose he's only got 2 toes on the other one. Kind of feel like he should have 3. Right, there's his 2 toes. So we've got the seat to do. Well, I think I was going to do that a pink or a purple. I'm actually doing the seat the same colour I do the squig. Yeah, and there's a few bits of silver here and there. Oh, I've got to do his peg leg. Got to do that like a brown, I guess. Oh, I could do that this colour. Yeah, I think I prefer the idea of doing it this colour. So the brown, I don't want to get too much brown. So his peg leg can be made from a whale's tooth, perhaps. Yeah, pleased with that. Right, so I haven't been reading messages. Oh, Andre, cheers, buddy. Thanks for being here. I hope you have a good time doing whatever it is you're going to be doing. Man has been trying slapchop, not very good yet. Thankfully, Nurgle boys. Yes, again, Nurgles. I've not really done much with them, but to me, they are going to be a great one to paint like orcs, just because they don't need to be sort of clean, neat, and tidy. And obviously, in fact, with Nurgles, obviously, the more, not necessarily messier you are, but yeah, certain paints and colours can just sort of bleed into each other, as well. They seem to be a combination of bits of metal, bits of rotten flesh, bits of skin here and there, and yeah, just have fun. Tristar, I'll enjoy painting Tyranids because they're all fleshy bits and organic shapes. Oh, okay. And that'll take well to the dry brushing. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, no, I look forward to. So I'm definitely going to have a look at what the bosses are, and then possibly see what the patrol box is like, just to sort of see if the boss is in that with, say, a lot of others, because I do like the patrol boxes, because obviously you get a whole variety of miniatures and there's a lot of things there you can use for kit bashing. I say I do like mixing and matching stuff, just because it's fun, really. It's fun to make something sort of, well, something new and almost original, although there's a lot of people doing kit bashing, so the chances are you might make something. It's like this. I did this, I put the head on and that arm on, and then I think I went on YouTube earlier, just to look up again painting styles, and who was it I looked at? There might be an artist, Opus, I'm not sure. There's someone I looked at and he's done, I think, the same head and the same hand, and it was like, oh, okay then. So you're never really going to be that original, because the chances are whatever you do with kit bashing, there's a fair chance someone else has done it. And it just made me laugh the way, say, I was scrolling through and their thumbnail was obviously the picture, and I'm sure it's the same head, although my difference is I've given my dude a little eye patch. He's a pirate, they always lose their eyes, but it's the fact that I think the head looked exactly the same, and it was the hand, it was this hand. It had a different sort of pose or position, but it was like, yeah, you think you're being original. It's like, yeah, you're a bit late to the party. But so I love it. I love the idea of pirates. Again, that's why I love orcs. They can be pirates, they can be space marines, they can be all sorts, they can be whatever they want. Right, so what colour was I going to do? Oh, pink or purple? I think I'm going to go pink, just because I want a light colour, really, because it's on like the brown base. I just think a lighter colour will stand out a bit nicer. So good old familiar pink. We'll have a go at some of that. Right, apologies for shaking that right near the microphone. Oh, itchy nose. Rightio. Usual thing. Again, I missed a little bone to paint there. There's probably other ones as well, but right. So again, we'll film, just because, well, I film most bits here and there, but they don't always stay in. Or again, sometimes I might film for like a minute or two, but then the clip you see might just be 5 seconds, just to show the new paint I've used or a different colour I've used. Right, that looks good. You can see, I can see, we can all see. Again, I'm going to paint these technical things all in this one colour, but then I might do like little highlights here just to pick out certain bits. as well as obviously the suckers on this tentacle here. I may well do them a different colour, but we'll do all this colour initially. Yes, I think my next my next live stream will probably be Tuesday of next week, I think. Well, I said I might do a live stream Sunday. Do you think many of you guys will be about Sunday? Probably Sunday afternoon I might do a live stream. As I have still got, obviously, well, I'm always going to have things to paint because I have lots of projects on the go. But yeah, what do you reckon, guys? Sunday, sort of afternoon? Do another live stream then, perhaps? Pardon me. And I think what we'll do is we'll do a little bit of a zoom in video of that one that's coming out of his mouth. Oh, there we go. Doesn't seem too bad a colour for a squid or tentacles or whatever creature this may have been. Toast, there's always something we miss. Well, it is. You look around the figure and you think, oh yeah, I've done all of that particular colour, and then yeah, you go and get the next colour out and you go and do something. You think, oh yeah, there's a bit of that colour I missed. So yeah, quite often go. But again, that's why I prefer painting straight from the bottle. Because I always think if you pour a bit of this into like a palette, even if it's just a smaller bit, when you go to do the next colour, if you go back, it's going to have dried up or soaked into the palette or whatever. So yeah, I do prefer painting from the pot. But say this is where I prefer the Citadel pots, just because, well, I just prefer them. They're bigger. Say in the lid, you open the lid up and there's like a little section there that has some of the paint scooped in it. And this works really well. Right, do I want to do the seat in that colour? No, I think I'm going to do the seat in the purple, I think. Or could do blue. Because basically this weekend I don't have my children, so I'm kind of like not free all weekend. But yeah, Sunday afternoon I'm definitely... Well, I'll be... Basically, Sunday afternoon I'm going to be sitting here painting. So that's why, so with the live streams, if I'm going to be sitting here painting, then it's obviously a lot of fun to have you guys here to chat to and yeah, just to sort of hang out with, really. Seat, that was it. I was going to paint the seat purple. Let's quickly do, what did I miss? I missed something with the little tooth over here. We'll paint that first, just because otherwise I'll forget about it again. Meteor MT looking good. Cheers, buddy. Christopher, running a game of Basic Fantasy for your wife Sunday, but I will watch it in the VOD afterwards on Monday. Basic Fantasy. So there's loads of board games. Obviously, I don't know about. I haven't got a clue what they are. Can I clean this brush probably? But yeah, I do love. I mean, I've always loved board games. But yeah, board games that use miniatures, even better. It's like my oldest daughter. She's I can't remember what class it is. Is it DT? There's one class that she's in, and they've obviously got to like, have a brief to make something, and then go through all the steps of making the something. And yeah, she's possibly going to be making. It's like Cluedo, but instead of Cluedo, it's going to be set in sort of Dungeons and Dragons kind of theme. So you're going to have a board. It's going to have, like, say, a blacksmith, a tavern, different like outhouses or whatever it is, and then she wants me to sort of print some miniatures so she can have a go at painting. So there'll be like a paladin, a wizard, all I say D&D sort of stuff, but it's going to be themed. The board games will be like Cluedo, so you'll have obviously different weapons, but they'll all be themed again towards D&D and medieval times. And I think I'm just as excited, if not more excited, about the project she's going to be working on, just because, as I say, I'll be able to help her out a little bit by printing out some miniatures, maybe doing some of the board. Obviously she'll be doing all the painting, drawing, whatever it is, but like a cutting board out, MDF and all the rest of it, I could be doing that, so that could be quite cool. Well, yeah, also, I love it when the kids have school projects, especially when they used to make like castles. And this is going back to when they were like in the infants, so literally they'd walk in with like a cardboard box that'd have like a few sort of turret bits cut out. Yeah, not my kids. They went in with a castle. I may have helped out a little bit too much sometimes. I try to stand back and let them do it, but then sometimes it's like, oh no, that could be done better than that. Let me have a little go. Let me show you how it's done. You can do the next one. I mean, that was probably the famous words. Yeah, I'll just do one, you do the next one. And then I do all of them bar one or whatever it is. But yeah, no, I love it when the kids have projects to make things. Absolutely love it. Right, what am I doing? Purple seat, that's what I'm doing. Oh. D&D Cluedo already exists. Oh, does it? In real life? Oh, okay. Yeah, so say it's going to be quite cool, the one my daughter's doing. Although at the moment they're still going through the whole having to write a brief down about like what they need to make, why they need to make it, how they're going to make it, what materials they're going to make. So she's doing all that at the moment, which she doesn't really enjoy. Well, she doesn't mind it, but she really, like me, really wants to crack on and do the making, the painting, and all the rest of it. Sorry, Toast. Do I keep the dropper tops off on the paints then, or do you replace them each painting session? The dropper tops. Do you mean that thing there? So obviously, I give them a shake. Say sometimes I shake them lots. Sometimes I don't really shake them much. I've never found the speed paints needed to be shaken like much. Yeah, no, yeah. They never seem to be. You haven't really got to like, go nuts for mad, or mad for nuts. Oh, I don't know. I'm talking doolally now. It's the only problem when I've been on a live stream for so long, and I talk lots. I think my brain does start going to mush. So apologies now. We are getting into the mushy brain stage, possibly. But yeah, do I take the? Yeah. That. I mean, basically, I've got like a cloth. So I pull that off with my little pliers. Stick it on the cloth, obviously off my cutting mat that I don't want to get dirty. And then you just plonk it, so use it to paint with and plonk it straight back on. Yeah, because I did get someone put a comment in me sort of saying I prefer painting straight from these to save on paint. That obviously when you put this paint in a palette, if you put too much in there, then you can't exactly put it back in the pot, and obviously it dries out. And someone made a comment saying, oh, but yeah, the paint's evaporating, because obviously I've got the lid off. The paint's evaporating. And it's like, well, it might be, but it'll take a long time for the paint to really evaporate out of the pot, as opposed to when you pour it into a palette and there's more area for it to sort of start drying out. But yeah, you do get some funny people putting some funny comments. Anyway, enough of that. Let's paint his saddle a nice purple. So I think I'm almost done with the speed paints. It is soon going to be a case of going over and yeah, using the normal paints, do some say highlighting areas, some edge highlighting, which is I do enjoy doing now. I've only just started doing like edge highlighting and all the rest of it in my last few sort of videos. But yeah, I do love it, and it does make that little bit of difference in a miniature. So it's definitely worthwhile doing. And again, it's worthwhile doing, but I'm enjoying doing it. So even if it didn't make a whole lot of difference, the fact that I enjoyed doing it is a good enough reason for me to do it. Say, this is a hobby. This is going to be fun. Obviously, the YouTube channel, I am obviously trying to make it grow and all the rest of it, so it can be my sort of full-time job, and this will be like the only thing I do. But again, that's another reason why, if you can do a YouTube channel, do something you really love, because then if it doesn't make money, I'm still going to do this because I love doing this. Right, I think that was it. I think there was anything I was going to do purple. So yeah, so the only thing left to do, say his top skin's going to be a darker colour. There's a few copper bits there I need to do. Oh, and I was going to do some silver bits here and there. Got the green thing on. Oh yeah, I was going to do him green, I think. Yeah, just a few bits of silver. Oh, his eyeballs. I guess they're red. I guess. Christopher, you have to keep the lid on because you've got a curious little kitten. Yeah. I quite like it. There's no pets to move around to knock things over here, so it's fairly safe. Obviously, the only clumsy one would be me. Touch wood, I've not knocked anything over, and obviously I put these in these like 3D printed pot things just to give the base a wider base. So to knock it over, you'd have to really give it quite a knock, I guess. So yeah, it shouldn't really come out. Richard Manentveld. Again, apologies for saying names wrong. In New Mexico summers where you live, you better not paint from the pot. After 30 minutes at 110 degrees, the top is all crusty. Yeah, okay, that does make obviously a lot of sense. So a wet palette is not optional; it's required. Yeah, obviously I live in the UK. We have some damp days. Yeah, even the summer. What was it yesterday? What's the day? Wednesday. It was nuts. So I'm in southern Hampshire in the UK. Wednesday, every half hour it changed. The weather went from chucking it down with rain to blue sky. Sun was out. It was warm. We're talking warm for the UK, not like warm for anywhere else. But honestly, every half hour it was changing. It was like half hour of rain, half hour sun, then rain, and then sun, and it was just nuts. It did it about 4 times. It was go from like the sun to the rain to the sun to. So yeah, if you go outside, you don't know whether. Well, I wear shorts all the time. I love shorts. So even in the winter, I still wear shorts. But yeah, you just didn't know to go out with an umbrella or flip flops. It was nuts. Right, enough waffling. I'm going to do a little bit of silver for that. Oh, there's a bit more copper at the top. Green for that. Right, let's do a little bit of copper first, because then that should be the last, or say copper, I'm using bronze. That should be the last of the bronze to do. Toast has finally finished priming the paint lids in between yard work. I must admit, yeah, when I painted, obviously, when I did all the lids for all the speed paints, I mean, it was quite a process to take the lids off. So all these lids, obviously all the speed paints were all primed in black, then dry brushed grey, then dry brushed white, and then the speed paint went on. It took a lot longer than I really expected it was going to, because I kind of did them in batches of 5. So I'd get 5 out, I'd prime them, then I'd let them dry, get another 5 out, prime them, let them dry. Did another lot. By the time I got to like the 3rd lot, the first lot had almost dried, so I could do a bit dry brushing, then let them dry. Then, so it was a bit of a production line, but again, so worth it. Once it's done, it makes things a whole lot easier now for me to use these paints, knowing exactly how they're going to look. Yeah, on the good old slap chop painting technique. The STL for the file for the paint thingies. Both of these are Thingiverse. So the paint pot holder. So literally go on Thingiverse, type in paint pot holder, you'll see a whole variety. I changed it a little bit. That's the one I got, but then I did another one where I made the internal hole bigger and I elongated one of these panels. So this one is obviously for speed paints, they fit nicely in there, and the other one is for the contrast citadel ones. And the reason for having the big bit at the back, it keeps the lid open. So it's a nice sort of snug fit, and then that keeps the lid open. And this is where, personally, I would rather paint from these sort of pots, because when you shake them up, you get a nice bit of paint sits in the lid bit there. So you can just use that rather than say having to dip the brush right into the paint can be a pain. When you first get these, it's fine because you can see where the paint is, so you can just drop it in, you get the paint. When you start using these and then the paint's like halfway down, you've just got to keep pushing it down until you think you're there and then try, which obviously makes a bit of a mess of the actual brush because obviously it goes too high. But yeah, Citadel one's much nicer. But yeah, so these are both off Thingiverse. So I always go Thingiverse first, just because it's a free site, so you get stuff free, which is obviously great because, well, I don't really have a lot of money to spend on stuff. So yeah, free stuff is good. So yeah, paint pot holder and miniature holder, possibly. I can't remember what I called this, but if you just go on there and type in holder, it'll come up with all kinds of stuff. US Libertarian, I think he means leaving the nozzles off. Yeah, obviously take the nozzles off to, well, dip my brush in the paint. Oh, so it's pretty hot where you are as well, Toast, so it dries pretty quick. Ah, yeah. Yes, again, this is where we're all going to paint a little bit differently, and a lot of it comes down to the situation around us. I say I've got my windows open. It's a little bit, it's a little bit nippy actually. To feel a draft coming through. So yes, I can obviously do this, and I've got no fear of things drying out in any sort of quick time because yeah, it's just not warm. Well, that being said, last summer in the UK we did have quite a bit of a heat wave for a couple of weeks. Again, heat wave for the UK, not for anyone else. I think we had like quite a few days in the sort of mid-30s, which for us is hot, man, hot. I mean, we get days that are in like the mid-20s, and we are, well, everyone's sweltering. But then you'll hear all the people moan that it's too hot. Again, some people just, well, they like moaning. Right, was that the only thing I was going to do? Copper. Kind of think it was. Oh, his belt has got some buckles on it. Let's do those. Copper. I missed a bit of his seat at the front. Right, we'll do that next, I think. Right, seat at the front, Orc skull at the back, green, and then we are getting there. So yeah, cheers guys for obviously watching. I hope you're enjoying what you're watching, or you've kind of got me on in the background and you're obviously painting something else, or working, or chilling, or whatever you're doing. But yeah, I appreciate you all being here. Yeah, I do enjoy painting with others, although it would be nice to, like, say, do a proper like painting session, as in sitting around a table, few people, having a bit of a chat, and just obviously seeing what everyone's doing. So I do love this hobby, and say, in general, most people in this hobby are all lovely people. Oh, purple, that was it. Again, I forgot what I was going to paint. There's a little bit of his seat at the front I've just missed. So we shall rectify that straight away before I move on to something else. Otherwise I'll forget again. Not surprisingly, there's a little bit on this side as well. Right. Yeah, quite like that purple. So again, this is where I should really, every time I use a paint that I don't use before, I don't think I've ever used Moody Mauve or Mauve before. Yeah, I should write down just maybe a couple of notes, even just put a score out of 10 on how I think it looks when it goes on something. I say in general, most of the speed paints are really good. I would say there's probably only a couple that aren't ones I'd probably use that often, just because they come out. Generally, I wouldn't like the speed paint if it comes out really wishy-washy, as in very watery, lacking in colour. It may be I've got a bad batch, or it may be I've not shaken it much. Because I do shake the pots, but I don't shake them like nuts. The only pots that I shake like nuts are the old dirty down ones, because they do need a lot of shaking. Even to the extent with these ones, because I hadn't used them before, I had to put a stirrer inside, because these are, so even when you shake these, there's a big clump of like thick stuff at the bottom, and these do have balls in them. So once you mix up the thick stuff and you can get the ball shaking, then you obviously can give them a good old shake. So these I do shake within an inch of their life. And with these ones, again, watching a lot of other YouTubers using these, best results, you hold it in your hand 5 minutes, whatever, just to warm the bottle up. When these paints are warmer, they work better. I guess it's some sort of reaction to the warm paint, just sort of does whatever it does better. I did paint some panels, and even with the panels, I heated the panels up with a hot gun, or hot air gun, heat gun. Again, brain's getting fried. And yeah, awesome results from that. There you go. Yeah, Richard has just said dirty down needs to be warm. It does. And I followed the instructions, and yeah, it gave awesome results. So definitely going to be I'm looking forward to having a go at using the moss on the floor and a bit of the barrel, and yeah, the old verdigris on obviously all the copper bits. I'm loving how the copper's looking. So the copper, out of the three metallic speed paints that I've got, the copper is definitely the best. The silver and the gold, so they're all right. Copper one does seem to give more sort of variations in like darkness to the lightness in the copper. But yeah, that's going to look awesome with the old verdigris stuff on it. Right, again, what am I doing? It's a silver, I think, was what I was going to do. Or it might be the skull. Yeah, let's quickly paint the skull. And I'm going to paint him in the colour that I never normally use for anything to do with orcs. And that is, I'm going to use Orc Skin. Only because this sort of comes out a green that's, well, it's almost too green. Oh, pardon me. But yeah, we're going to use that. Paint hand, would I consider a paint mixer? I find it very helpful to speed up. Yeah, again, it's like most things. There's like lots of things we want, and there's lots of things we need. We kind of want everything really. But yeah, so it is a case of prioritising what I get. Again, a couple of reasons. Obviously, one, clearly money, but the other one is space. I say I don't have a studio, I don't have a garage, I don't have a shed. I literally am sitting at a desk. Oh, it's getting a bit windy out there now. I'm sitting at a desk in my living room. So when it comes to space, I'm a little bit short on space, especially when, say, all the cupboards I've got are full of 3D printers, because I just don't have room to get them out. So yeah, there's lots of things I would like, but yeah, space is sometimes an issue. And I say again, in general, I've never really had much of an issue with paints and not shaking them as much as I should. Although who knows, if I did have a paint shaker, I might find these paints are even better than I think they are already. So yeah, again, it's one of those things that if I had one, I'd probably be like, oh, how did I live without one? But obviously at the moment I'm living without one, and I don't know how good they are, so who knows, one day. Yeah, I might get a company send me an email saying, we've got a paint shaker, we've heard you might want one. You're like, yeah, okay then. Because that's kind of the problem. Say my kids laugh at me. That's kind of the problem I have with 3D printers. Again, I'm not trying to brag, boast or anything. I say I'm really appreciative that companies send me free stuff. But when a company does message me and say we want to send you a printer for you to try out, do you want us to? And I'm always like, yeah. Just because I love printers, even though I don't have room for them. Although that being said, I've been saying no to FDM printers just because I don't like them. I don't get on with them very well. They generally take up more room than the resin printers. I say again, that last resin one I got from Anycubic, Photon, I want to say M2, but I don't think it is. I think it might be Photon 2. Really small, very compact. Say you can pick it up with one hand. It is crazily light, $160 or so, and yeah, nice printer, nice small size. So that's the kind of printer you kind of want if you're living in a small flat like me, because it'll fit in. There's just plenty of room for it. But yeah, I would love the day when I've got a garage, and I could just have like a big workstation with loads of printers. I'd probably still only print one thing at a time, but it'll just look cool. Right, silver. Let's get some silver on this dude, and I say then he is almost sort of done before the next stage of highlighting and all the rest. I need to have a little look at some pictures to see. So I'm going to do a darker colour on the top of his head, but I'm not sure how far to come down. And I think I've seen some that do like a zigzaggy line, or some that might even just try and feather the darker colour into the lighter colour. But we'll have a little look. I'll trust that you picked up some Vallejo Express paints. I say, yeah, they're one of the companies that I cheekily messaged about 2 months ago to ask when they first came out. I think they hadn't actually come out. The Express colours were about to come out, and people were talking about them, and that's why I messaged Vallejo and sort of said, got a YouTube channel, blah blah blah. So I'll always be sort of cheeky, but let them know that I'm being cheeky, and obviously if you don't ask you don't get. And they were like, yeah, we'll send you out some paints to test, but then never heard anything back. So I would like to try them though, because I've tried the Green Stuff World Dipping Inks, and I like them ones. They work really well. Yeah, with the old paint mixer, paint hand down. Again, it's one of those things that I've never used, but if I did use, I'd probably wonder why I did, or how I did without one. You got a vortex mixer. What's that? 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters. Okay, they're not huge. Richard, Green Stuff World has got a weird one that looks like, yeah. Well, I must admit, I've seen a few, and that's what came to my mind when I saw them. I thought, are these really paint mixers, or are these, well, used for other things as well? Gary's got into, or back into painting Warhammer after a 25-30 year hiatus. Married, kids, yeah, definitely. Detail on the companies compared to the 80s is a different class. Yeah, it's the paints, isn't it? It's without a shadow of a doubt the paints, speed paints, washes, all that kind of stuff that can give you a variation in one colour. Just makes it so easy. Whereas, yeah, my first miniature I ever painted would have been 1982-ish. That's when I got into D&D for the first time. I did have some miniatures back then, and yeah, painted them, but they would have been like block solid colours. There would have been no highlighting, no edge highlighting, no difference in anything. Every colour would have been like a block colour. Yeah, it would have looked pants. But yeah, so the paints just make things so much easier and better, which is really cool. Right, so metal. Let's so I can squeeze through, get the silver. Or was I going to use normal silver? I think I was going to use a normal silver. So the Army Painter Speed Paint silver, really nice. But for what I'm going to use it for, probably not the best to use, because this stuff, it's like water, but it's like a solid colour water, if that makes sense. So to try and do like small little bits here and there are quite difficult with this, because it will want to like run around a bit. So I think I'm going to use a different silver, and I'm going to use this Mithril Silver D&D. I think there's some in there. Yeah, because anyone asks, obviously I had a few questions or comments in my videos, have I ever used a wet palette? And it's like, yeah, of course, I've got a wet palette. I've got a diddy little wet palette. Yeah, it's still reasonably wet. Yeah, obviously I do prefer my textured dry brush palette though, because that obviously looks cool and obviously works really well. Right, so with this I am just going to go around and do a few bits here and there on his like mechanical fingers. Some of the little pistons, I think I'm going to make them silver, just to sort of vary out the colour so it's not all too sort of, well, copper looking. I have a few bits of silver in there just to break that up. But I say, yeah, I'm pleased with how he's looking. I say the green colour that I've used for him, yeah, I don't know. Again, I'm not loving it. I'm not hating it. It's just there. But it's always worthwhile trying out different colours. Right, let's get some silver. Yeah, so we won't use the speed paint because it's a bit too wet. Oh, Gary was the 80s Blood Bowl. Oh wow. Yeah, so I've got the Blood Bowl. Again, I go mad sometimes on collecting something and then not doing anything with it. So the Blood Bowl, I've got a few teams to obviously paint up. The Blood Bowl board that I spent about a week 3D printing all sorts of stuff. Really good looking board. Done a couple of videos of it, but I've still got a few more to assemble some bits, because obviously I've made the board, but I've gone for the 7s, just because obviously it's a bit of a smaller board, smaller teams, right up my alley. But yeah, I've made the actual board, the pitch, and all like the bits, the stadium that goes around it. But again, I need to do a bit more painting and assembling, gluing, all the rest of it. Right, so we'll use this plain one, and we're going to use a much smaller brush. Oh, pardon me. I'm going to have problems saying your name, so apologies already, because I'm going to really mess this up. Taufan Le Croupeli. You're painting Mozrog. You saw I was live. What a cool pirate. Yeah, well, you've got to make a pirate, haven't you? It's got to be especially as the squig or whatever he's on is going to look a little bit like a shark. It just sort of makes sense that he's pirate themed. So his trousers, I am still going to do the white stripes on them. I was going to wait a little bit longer and then do some orange highlights on his pants, and then have a go at doing the white stripes. Probably not in this live stream. I say my plan was to, oh there we go, I've gone past it. My plan was to go to about 9ish, but clearly I've just blown past that. But yeah, it's because I'm enjoying painting. That's why I'm still going. Even though, say, I said this at the beginning, if I was just sitting here on my own, I'd have painted this dude in about 2 hours. Everything, highlights, edging, the rust effects, all the rest, probably been about 2 hours. But where's the fun in that? Because obviously I've had fun chatting with you guys, and it's just been a bit of a laugh. So yeah. Richard, I got you back into painting. Oh, awesome. Due to medical issues, I can only say that I cannot paint anymore like I could. Ah, okay. But a slap chop, yeah. So the slap chop is it's simple, it's quick. I mean, that's the main thing I love as well. It's simple, quick, but great results. You don't have to spend hours painting something. It is just simple. But yeah, you get the results that you like. Say you enjoy the fact that it's simple. You enjoy the process of doing it, and yeah, it doesn't take long to have a finished miniature that you can be proud of, which is awesome. So yeah, I'm glad you got back into it, buddy. And I hope the medical issues aren't too much of a hindrance in sort of general life. Mike Hartley, you love the content. Awesome, buddy. Inspirational and relaxing at the same time. Cool. So even my waffling doesn't put people off. which is good because I know I do waffle quite a bit. And obviously when I'm doing my videos I say the word obviously. Obviously I do say obviously. Right, let's... Again, I am obviously videoing. That's anyone who has just turned up. I am videoing as I'm going. Every now and then I video a few little bits. Just because, as much as these live streams are fun, I don't think you'd watch a live stream later on. I mean, you might put me on in the background while you're doing something. You could just have me there, I guess. But yeah, so not many people would watch the live stream when it's not live. So that's why when I am doing live streams, I am filming at the same time. So this will be a little video. Well, my typical videos, they're normally between 8 and about 14 minutes ish. Depending on how much content's obviously in them. So this guy's got, so this one probably would be a good 15-minute one or thereabouts, because obviously I was kit bashing him, 3D printing some bits, and just obviously making the whole thing sort of up. So yeah, so he's gonna be like a 15-minute video. So I reckon this video will be out on Sunday, probably 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And yeah, I'm currently thinking about doing a live stream on Tuesday. Again, that would probably be the afternoon, I would have thought, sort of maybe 5 o'clock Tuesday afternoon, Sunday afternoon. So yeah, it'd be great if you guys can be there for that as well. Going, not enough time in the day for the minis we have to paint. Right, how does that look? That's okay. We'll film. So I'm going to show you how he looks. Again, whenever I'm doing this, in my head, I'm roughly thinking what I'm going to be saying throughout the video. And I'm going to mention that I'm using a normal silver. And I got my paint palette, or wet palette. So there's just a few areas here and there I'm just going to pick out with silver. I quite like doing like the piston sort of things. And then maybe just the odd sort of bolt nut here or there. Again, just to sort of vary up the colour really. And any little buckles and bits and pieces can have a bit of silver on them as well. Cool, that's enough of the filming because it does kind of get in the way a little bit. Oh, one thing I've not asked at all tonight, guys that are on, yeah, if you can hit the thumbs up button. I normally try and say that, but I kind of totally forgot. Yeah, the thumbs up button is one of those things that obviously YouTube sees as just, well, interaction. And it kind of likes the fact that obviously people interact with videos. So yeah, so hitting that thumbs up button does obviously help out a little bit, and obviously it's a nice simple thing to do, and in fact it helps me out, so cheers. Taffin, you watched the Stomperman out of sprues. Shockingly good. You started to assemble yours yesterday. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I did enjoy making the Stomper. That was a fun thing to make. But again, it took quite a while because obviously there's a lot of sprues involved, and a lot of panels that were made. So yeah, waiting for the sprue to turn into sprue goo, to then make into panels, to then wait for that to turn back into a hard sprue, did making it quite a challenge. And so the fact it took quite a while to make. Yeah, let's just go around doing any little buckles here and there. Yes, guys, don't forget on my obviously my videos. Yeah, leave comments, and if there is anything you want to see me sort of particularly paint, whether it be like a particular type of miniature or any sort of can't even talk now, any kind of particular method or style of painting, again, let me know. So I am going to be trying out the non-metallic metal. Can't talk. Non-metallic metals. Yeah, this is why I need to stop live streaming soon, so my brain's just going to mush. I will be trying that out soon. And yeah, a month or so ago I tried out the sort of the cartoon sort of style painting. That was fun. I enjoyed that. It did take quite a lot longer to paint something though. Yeah, because obviously with the cartoon style, you really are painting something in obviously solid bold colours. Oh, I can't talk. Solid bold colours, and then doing quite a lot of like highlighting and edging, and then say all the edges need to be black. And I did enjoy it, but it's not something I would paint many miniatures in, just because it was kind of hard work. Toast, cheers buddy, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you for putting yourself out here painting and inspiring us all and changing the process. No buddy, I'm loving it. But no, thank you so much for the donation. So that all helps go towards well, bits and pieces, sometimes miniatures, sometimes cookies, but yeah, no, all much appreciated. And yeah, no, I do like the hanging out. It is cool. Yeah, and again, a lot of you guys give me ideas and tips and tricks, so that is cool. Mana's off to do some drawing. Awesome. Have a great evening. And Mana, do the YouTube. Yeah, we'd all love to see what it is you do. So yeah, have a lovely evening. Yeah, no, so honestly, it is fun doing these live streams. And yeah, I mean, it's something I would like to do, say, regularly, because, well, basically, I'm sitting here painting most days, except obviously when I've got my children and we're going out and about or doing stuff. But that's why I say Tuesdays and Thursdays during the day are always good ones. And then say, yeah, this Sunday I'm not doing anything, so I'm going to be painting anyway on Sunday, so that's why I'm going to do a live stream Sunday. Right, yeah, so it's just a case of going around, lots of little buckles and a few bits here and there. So this probably is the last colour to really go on this dude, other than say the darker colour on the sort of squig shark looking thing. Yeah, good old dirty down moss. So this I'm going to use more obviously on the base and the barrel. Yeah, probably won't use this on any of him. This will just go on the base and the barrel. And then yeah, the good old patina sort of stuff. Looking forward to doing that. And this is literally going to go all over anything that's sort of copper, because I do like the idea of making him look a bit sort of again, I know it's not rusty, but the oxidization of the copper make him look old. Daniel White, you had a dip and now you're back, and what a transformation from when you left. Awesome. Well, I'm glad I've obviously I've done some painting in amongst all the chatting, talking, waffling, biscuit eating. But yeah, I have done some. So yeah, so he's not far off being finished of the sort of the main bit of painting. I say this is where I would have obviously called it quits, as in I've done the speed paints. I like how he looks, job done, but I am enjoying having a go at doing the highlighting and the edge highlighting. So I'm definitely going to be doing some of that to this dude. That would probably be done off camera, because the chances are it'll be done tomorrow. So I was kind of hoping I might get him done tonight, but I was kind of expecting not to, if that makes any sense. Yeah, it's always good to be optimistic, but then I'm also very much a realistic kind of person, and I know that live streaming I do talk quite a bit. Let's just do a little bit of a gear in here. I've got a couple of things on him I might do in a normal colour. Yeah, I am pleased with how he is coming along, I must admit. He's looking good. Yeah, rightio. So I'm really pleased with the base. It's a nice simple base, but I think it does just add a little bit to him. Oh, I need to do his teeth need to be white. Well, I was saying that I might use a normal sort of bone colour. Yeah, I think this is what I kind of use. Ancient bones. I don't know whether it's going to show up on the thingy. But yeah, use this to obviously highlights on the teeth. I can do his teeth as well. But yeah, no, I think I've got most of the colours on. So I'm going to do more with the squig, as in he's got a lot of like raised bits. So I want to have them a little bit of a different colour. But yeah, no, I'm pleased with how he's turned up. Right, I think I'm going to call it, guys. I want to let him fully dry, and then I'm going to work on some highlights. But I think I might do that tomorrow now. I definitely need to shut the window behind me because it's getting cold and there's a bit of a breeze coming in. But yeah, no, I'm really pleased with how he's turned out. Let's zoom out so you can see a bit more of him in his kind of glory. But yeah, so again, if I'd just been sitting here on my own watching TV, watching Netflix, listening to music, whatever it would be, I reckon I would have got to this stage in maybe just under an hour, maybe an hour, and then yeah, spent another half an hour or so doing highlighting and the rust effects. But say I don't mind spending 5 hours doing it on a live stream just because it's fun hanging out with you guys. But yeah, hope you enjoyed the video, guys. Say the video for this dude, I reckon it'll be out Sunday because I can't see me getting him painted in the morning and the video edited for tomorrow, but you never know. But if not, yeah, video will be out Sunday, and then yeah, I think I'm going to do a live stream Sunday evening, and well, I'll be painting something else. Not sure what. I've got a few things that I can get on with, but yeah, I'll be painting something then. So guys, cheers. Thanks so much for being with me and putting up with my my waffling. I've certainly enjoyed it. I hope you guys have too. And yeah, you'll take care. Have a great weekend. And I say, hopefully, well, I'll be able to speak to you guys on Sunday evening. So yeah, stick around for that, I guess. Okay, you guys take care. Bye for now.